turn those off for a second.
Okay.
Plug it
There we
in.
go.
Oh, there we go. Have a look in.
So what that does is that takes over it and everyone goes to,
In little boxes.
yep.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Like that for when they present, and then when you unplug, it'll go back to the scenario of
Yeah.
what it was with both cameras. Thanks, Megan. That's a good test.
No problem.
Now, David, if they don't have a laptop,
What's that?
if they don't have a laptop,
Then
I can
you
steal that one
About it first.
either that.
and bring it out here and they can flash drive in.
Yes, or you can just copy it to a flash drive and put it on your screen and share your screen.
Well, I gotta take
You,
minutes.
because you're doing, yeah.
But that's
So-
okay. I have flash drives and I can steal that laptop. You know what I
Okay,
did forget today was
I
a
think
power
you're-
source for this.
You want me to grab you one?
And you're the communication person.
Yeah.
And this, what it is it's Sunoco communication,
I'll follow you.
What
down.
about last time?
Right.
and it's developing all
You
this
pulled this guy out, do you not?
stuff, and it's probably the most,
Okay, that's a good test.
I mean, we built this
Can I put this
collaboration,
in
we're coming
out
up
of
with
the room?
these ideas, but they're
Okay,
not
that's-
available.
And I'll go get you a power
Policies and
supply.
things like our rocket. So some of the most important outcomes we've had are to begin to develop some of these stewardship messages, and we're supposed to be getting them out on social media or websites, through the newspapers, all those kinds of, everywhere that we can try to get
Yeah,
all the public that's around here to see this stuff.
okay. Yeah, I'd love to be a part of that and help out with whatever or learn a few things.
Yeah, and you can, work with
Okay.
pass on or whatever, but she's
Okay.
focused on doing what the tourist
Shared and I
does.
Right. Exactly.
You're being plugged into power.
Advertise for more people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No, I hear what you're
Did
saying.
he switch you guys? He did.
yeah.
That's cool.
But I'll,
I don't know why.
let me
Maybe
talk to
he
Brian
just,
about
wants to be closer to
because he
Sure.
would prefer that I did that, I'm sure.
Sure, no worries.
You're one there.
Hey, Peter.
Hello, how are you?
Living the dream, how you doing?
Good.
So I might stay here because we're about to start in 2 minutes. Can I?
Yeah, I'll bring it back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Hey.
Looks like you get to make all the decisions today, Randy.
It's almost
I know
that
George
time,
is on
isn't
his
it?
way.
They think that we're online. There's some, I was standing around half dressed and Eileen said, "Is it in person?" I went, "Oh, yeah, I forgot."
I talked to Sean last night and I said, are you coming up? He said, for what? I said, for the board meeting. He's like, oh, yeah. I didn't even think that, I forgot that we're in person.
I just started to do it naturally.
Yeah.
Put on a shirt and a pair of shorts and
Yeah.
sandals, and go down to the office and I was like, wait, no. So it wouldn't surprise me to see two other county, well, but you said you talked to Sean.
Yeah, but like, I get it. I mean, I put it on my calendar, so I remember to be here, like as opposed to just, but yeah, so he had forgotten about it. So I thought that was kind of funny.
Well, I always think about Tuesdays. I'm just always assuming that there's,
Yeah.
Oh, he's logging in,
who is,
Sean.
So you brought the power supply.
So maybe he
Peter.
decided not to come up.
Yep.
He's got quite a bit of a drive, doesn't he?
He does. It's like
Yep. Thank you.
well, he's got to zoom around, I guess, Evergreen to get to where he is.
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, everybody. I wanted to
Sean,
come
can
in.
you hear us?
I can hear you guys fine. Can you hear me?
Not hear him. Okay, can you talk again? I want to see if I can hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, got you. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. Yeah, I kind of planned on coming in today, but long story short, I borrowed my friend's motorcycle over the weekend to do my motorcycle certification down in Denver. It's like 100 degrees. The motorcycle overheats. I'm like doing some stuff to try to get it in as least as good a shape as I got it. And anyway, the clutch master cylinder gave up the ghost when I was riding it yesterday morning to fill it up with gas. So I have some errands to do today at noon, over the noon hour, to try and get his motorcycle
Plug
fixed.
into a different spot if needs.
So you're not here because you're going motorcycle
I
riding?
have one on this.
No, I'm not here because I went motorcycle riding.
Okay, we'll see.
Similar.
So we'll see you, I'm sure we'll see you dropping in and out a couple times and then having grease on your face and stuff like that.
That enough?
I think we have a long enough break after the executive session. Before we start at 8:30. I should be able to squeeze it in without an issue.
or something?
Yeah, I think I'll get that.
There's one in the cabinet.
Actually.
There's one under here. Never mind, there's one under here.
Yeah, there's
See
a
it?
few power outlets
Yep.
underneath there.
Okay.
Perfect.
Next time I'll just ask Beth to do.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's a long meeting and I forgot my chargers.
I do, yeah,
Okay.
Excellent.
it's less offensive looking.
What about, is either of you gonna need power at all?
I've got my charger. I don't think I will, but if there's a break, I might go and grab it, but I think I should be
Okay.
fine.
There's power under the table there.
Oh, there's like a plug right here?
Oh, seriously?
So, yeah, something like that.
Okay, great.
No, I don't get that.
Yeah,
Yeah, there is.
cool. All right, well, yeah, I'll use that if my,
Okay.
Just check it.
if my, here guys, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Sean virtual this morning?
Yes.
Is there anything I can tell Maria? Or
Why don't you refer her?
Two things. I think we should be getting started. And the second thing is I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I muted the microphones. It was getting rowdy in here.
Oh, you ready to get going?
You have to be very careful saying things in here now.
I'm ready when you are.
All right, let's do it. So, we're going to get started with public comment. This is the August 2nd regular Tuesday meeting of the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners. And like I said, we'll start with public comment. I see a few people, including Carl. Welcome back from your time off, Carl. Open up public comment. Anybody here to make a public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on to the county commissioner updates. Who wants to go first?
Don't everybody jump at once.
Yeah, summer's been kind of slow. I don't really think I've been involved with too much since our last conversation.
I feel like most of the work I've been doing, we just had a meeting and an update recently, and I feel like most of the work I've been doing is the same. And it's like, you know, I'm always reporting the same thing for the last month or so. So basically, we're taking care of reducing costs in a couple of areas by deferring costs to some other entities that should be bearing them, and a few other things, but nothing we didn't talk about at the last meeting.
Anything from you, George?
I have a couple of quick things. Last night was a public meeting with the EPA to discuss their work in OU5. I think it was a good meeting. We learned a lot. Randy was in attendance. A number of members of the community were in attendance. And we're trying to wrap our heads around how their work can help clarify what's going on with the legacy of mining impacts in our community. And really just for me, we spend a lot of time talking about what's been built in Clear Creek County and what has not been built in Clear Creek County and why. And we haven't seen a whole lot be built here during the period of time that we've watched the rest of the state explode. Actually, I think this legacy of toxic mine waste is a big part of it. And it's kind of changing the way that I think about it. And I just wanted to sort of share that with the group that I think, like, for example, if we wanted to focus on housing success, an element of that related to how to help developers feel comfortable working on sites with toxic mine waste could be a key part of our programming. So I just wanted to share that thought. Had a little bit of a conversation with some folks on Floyd Hill about some water tanks that are being stored above ground there. And just my compliments to Fred and Adam. I asked Adam Springer, Fred Rollenhagen, Adam Springer. I asked them for a little bit of time to just understand our code and what's going on up there and how our code can possibly be better around C1 codes, how they're designed to promote highest and best use of those C1 properties. And so that's a conversation that I just wanted to report to you all. And I don't think, the only other update I have is that brother's getting married this fall. And so I'm leaving town for his bachelor party on Thursday, and I'll be back on Sunday. So you won't be hearing from me those 2 days, Thursday and Friday.
Thursday this week? You mean this Thursday?
Yeah, the 4th and 5th of this month.
I guess since you brought up the stuff about the about last night's meeting with regard to mine waste and with regard to the Superfund project that has been rejuvenated for Clear Creek County. One thing that's important to know, I think that up until now, certain individual properties have certainly had those issues where people are concerned about having PRPs. I've had my own, that's a PRP, I'm sorry, is an acronym for potentially responsible party. That's a federal term for the person who is responsible for the cleanup of or the effluent from a polluted property. And that can be the person who created it originally, if they still own it, or it can be the person who just bought it knowingly or unknowingly. Then they become the person that can become the person that's responsible if a remediation action has to be taken. So that causes people to be afraid to buy certain properties. Our mining claims don't seem to have been, most of our remote mining claims that are smaller don't seem to have been affected too much by that in the past. But right now, and the people actually apologized for it from the EPA last night, that the manner in which this was done and the record of decision was originally written calls this whole thing, there's a big map that says Clear Creek, watershed Superfund project or Superfund site. And that's the big at the top. And then underneath it says study area. And then there's a big map with a huge red boundary around it. And it gives you the impression at first glance, when you look at things, the way advertising works, that the entire county and a big portion of Gilpin County is a Superfund site. And they said that is clearly not the case, but this is part of the record of decision, it's part of our documentation, and it clearly creates the impression that the entire county is a Superfund site. And the fact that they're opening this back up, they're concerned about the impact that it could have, real estate values and everything else as a result of that. And they wanted to make clear that they're not claiming the whole county to be a Superfund site, although it comes off that way in that one great big map that they show at the beginning. So they want to be clear that they'll be identifying and declassifying certain properties as they studying them. And then eventually it'll come down to a new map that just identifies the places that truly are a hazard. And so I just want to be clear in this, that it's not, they're not stating that all of Clear Creek has that issue. They've identified, they've sent out 143, George, wasn't that right? I think letters to people out of 543 total piles that they've identified through aerial photography and stuff like that. So, so anyway, I wanted to make sure that the word is out that they're only talking about some individual mine tailings at individual places around the county and not the entire county.
Yeah, I'd love to connect with you offline.
Because watershed's affected, so.
I'd like to connect with you offline about that, George. I mean, my suspicion has always been that our lack of development vis-a-vis our neighbors and the rest of the world has more to do with the attitudes of our citizens and their preference for keeping things the way that they've always been. But I'm open to changing my thinking.
Yeah, lots of factors, right?
The only thing I'm going to say is all three of us attended a meeting with the fire authority, and present was, I think, the Forest Service, EMS was there, a few other stakeholders. And Jeremy made an interesting request for us to help them inform their thinking when it comes to how we do mitigation going forward and going after third-party funds to help us do that. And I think the county has a role in that conversation for sure. And maybe we could even kind of append that to our conversations about the IGA discussions. But in some way, I think it's important for the county and the towns to have a conversation about that so that the fire authority kind of understands what our priorities are. I think that's all I have. Sheriff, see you here. Do you have anything to add to the conversation? I'd be kind of curious to hear about fire ban. Some friends of mine were camping the other day and they went to Park County because they don't have a fire ban. And I know that they're our neighbor, and kind of curious. I think we're planning on lifting it sometime in the next few weeks if the conditions warrant.
Yeah, that's,
Few dates from now.
I've been, the Front Range, Boulder, Clear Creek, Gilpin, Larimer, and the Forest Service are all still in a stage 1 fire ban. I'm comfortable coming out, but I want to show a unified front. 80% of Clear Creek County is national forest, so it will only make sense really if we stay in a fire ban while the Forest Service is in it. I got to call into Scott Haas to see what the status is, and I have not got a call back from him yet. I'll try it again later today to see what I can find out. But that's the main reason why I'm staying in, is just show unified front, because if, like Gilpin doesn't have a shooting ban, I've been telling people go over there and shoot in Gilpin County, because they don't have one. And it's kind of works the same way. If we're out, then I think we might get overrun with a bunch of people too. So we just want to show a unified front along the Front Range.
I think that makes sense. And one other conversation that came up during the fire authority discussion, and Suzanne was there too, Sheriff, is doing the same thing between the county and the towns, which I think has largely been the case.
Yes.
Just kind of keep things simple and prevent, confusion and unintended consequences.
Yeah, I agree.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Brian.
I got a couple items for you. I sent you all an email this morning. There's an email the same email sitting in front of you right now. It's related to the shooting range. It should be in your inbox, Sean. George emailed staff with a question on the shooting range item that's on the agenda. I thought the answer would benefit all of you. So it's in your inbox, Sean, and it's sitting in front of the two of you.
Okay.
We are working on the donor wall Can you see that, Sean? This is what this is actually a magnet that's gonna be hanging on a donor wall in the new clinic
Mhm.
that I thought I would pass along.
Here you go, Sean.
Yeah.
And then the smaller size for individuals and families. These are just the two samples we got from the individuals making it. So just thought you'd like to see that. That's what's going up in the clinic.
Nice. I guess the idea is the size of the rock is somewhat related to the size of your contribution.
Yes. Yep. Just a heads up, I shared this with each of you individually, but we did dust off the 4-day work week conversation, and we're putting a survey out internal right now, just internal to the org to determine if staff is interested or not, and then we'll go from there with respect to how we want to reach out to the public and determine how that would impact them and how they would feel. But it's just kind of starting.
I have a prediction to make. I predict staff will be interested.
I do too, but didn't want to make an assumption.
Yeah.
Did you see the UK is attempting a really big experiment around 4-day work week?
Really?
Yeah.
Like everyone.
Yeah.
Where are we going?
Yeah.
Interesting. We discussed during the last meeting I was at, which I think was the 12th, that we're going to do a joint meeting with Summit County. We've been trying to coordinate dates with them, so we're now into September for that joint meeting with Summit County, just a heads up. Just a friendly reminder, your next meeting is Friday, August 19th. We moved the August 16th meeting to August 19th, so your next meeting is on a Friday, August 19th. And then finally, in November of 2020, the voters passed Proposition 118, the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program, which I just recently learned about. I'm sure the three of you are very much aware of that, but I just recently learned of this, and its purpose was to ensure that all Colorado workers have access to paid leave. We have an end of calendar year deadline to either, I guess, to make the decision to opt in or opt out. If we choose to opt in, there's no action required of the board itself. But if we choose to opt out of this program, it would require official board action. So I'm going to add this to a one-on-one meeting.
Okay.
To meet with each of you individually. Just as kind of a heads up and kind of the beginning of the conversation. So we can get into more of the details, but the act itself requires that we pay 0.45% on top of all wages of all employees. Right? So that's if we choose to participate, we would be paying 0.45% on top of our total cost of wages in the organization. We can decline to participate completely. If we choose to decline, that would be up to 8 years. If we choose to participate, it would be a minimum of 3 years. And then finally, another option for us is to actually decline our portion of it, the 0.45%, and just allow those employees who want to contribute their own 0.45%. So those are the three options that we have. That's just a heads up at this point. This is a decision that we need to make by the end of the calendar year. The benefit itself does not become available to Colorado workers until January 1 of 2024. So again, we've got to the end of the calendar year to make that decision, but it's something I'll put on my one-on-ones to talk with you all about, and then potentially have a potential work session and or action item, depending on where we want to head with that. So.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Private employers don't have the option, right?
I don't know. This was just brought to my attention. I'll find that out.
I'll be looking at this with a lens of how we can be competitive as an employer.
Yeah. And so we're going to have to, compare the cost, right? And, we've already kind of cluing you in on where we're at with the budget situation, right? So there's going to be a true cost here. And I think part of this is how well of a leave package do we have right now for our employees when it comes to paid sick leave, when it comes to PTO, which quite honestly, I think is quite healthy. So that'll be part of the decision points for you to be considering as we ultimately make this decision. So.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Okay. Anything else that we want to bring up before we maybe take a quick break before our 9 o'clock agenda item?
This didn't make it's on the cutting room floor from the commissioner update. At the NACO conference, there was quite a bit of attention around Adams County's gravel road program. They spent a lot of time experimenting with different combinations of commercially available gravel treatment products. That's like the dust down and keeps the surface of the road stable. They are claiming that they've arrived at a combination that dramatically reduces the frequency that a gravel road has to be treated. And they're starting to attract attention from around the country and internationally. So I passed this along to Brian and asked that Carl investigate what they're doing down there and see if there's benefits for us here.
I think that's a great idea. I will say that the one, whatever, and it may have been repetitive treatments, whatever they did on North Empire Road, the portion of County Road that they do maintain above the town, starting a year or two ago, has just made a dramatic difference.
Well, that's good.
In traction, and it's remained stable, and during dry periods, it looks like it's wet, but it's just nice and stable to, I mean, I don't know if it's plutonium or what they put on it, but it was, I'm just saying that I've actually been taking my road bike, skinny ball tire road bike up the thing with complete comfort because it's done such a good job.
Well, that's good to know. So George shared this with me on Friday, and I meet with Carl later this week, so I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. But
Yeah, and I'm not saying that that's I just was.
Sure.
I know that
Yeah.
one thing they've done, I know we've had some other experiences where we've had some roads that when they got wet became pretty slippery because of the stuff we added. So it's, there's different trade-offs. I've got nothing else.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say, they had a really cool Oshkosh road and bridge truck from Adams County. I thought it was interesting that they would take the effort to preserve that thing. It certainly didn't look like it was in the fleet, but it looked like it was probably 30 or 40 years old. With that said, let's just take a quick break and we'll come back at 9 o'clock.
There we go.
All right, Sean, can you hear us okay?
Yep, I can hear you now. Thanks. Yes, we're back here at 9:00.
No, it keeps going in and out.
We have a
Make sure-
presentation.
Okay, the mics are hot. And let's see. See, it keeps going back and forth. All right, Sean, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys just fine. Are you guys ready to get started?
Oh, turn down. Okay. So now I think we're good. I just wanted to introduce everybody. This is Grant Stump and Natan Simhai from Iconergy. They have long been an energy consultant for us from doing our energy performance contract back in 17, 18, 19, 20, until now. So, and we went through a competitive process and received a DOLA grant to do an EV readiness plan for Clear Creek County. And we selected Iconergy to do this plan for us. And we have been working for a year on this. Yeah. And these guys have been doing a lot of work interviewing local businesses, local EV owners, potential sites for charging stations. I'm trying to think of all the things, all the people you've interviewed, but I wanted them to just share with you the outcome of the report and the recommendations from the report. So I hope you enjoy this presentation. So welcome.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and before you get started, this is a work session or a presentation. This isn't an action session, so there's not going to be any BOCC vote on this. But if there's anything that you want from us, anything you want us to be focused on or prepared to weigh in on during this conversation, maybe just let us know kind of toward the beginning of this one, and then also let us know what your preference is regarding questions as they come up, or whether you'd like us to wait until the end.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of what to focus on, I think right now we're just getting the basics of the background of the plan and then starting to look at the recommendations. So no necessary action items for today. In terms of questions, I am always happy to be interrupted. So feel free to check in and ask any questions you might have during the middle. And then we'll also have, I believe, some time for questions at the end. So
Interruptions would be my specialty.
That's good. Yeah, anything else before we get rolling?
Nope, take it away.
Sounds good. Well, thanks everyone for having us here. Like Beth said, my name is Grant, and next to me I have Natan. And we had the opportunity to serve on the Iconergy team for putting together this electric vehicle plan. So we are just going to review that today. We're going to start off by taking a quick look at our project team and talk briefly about the background of the project, and then dive very briefly into basics of electric vehicles, benefits of electric vehicles, and then really get into the meat of the plan with what we discovered from our analysis of existing conditions, what our engagement process was, and then some of the recommendations from the plan itself. So Really quickly, Iconergy project team consisted of Doug Hargrave, our president, who sadly wasn't able to be here today. He has worked with Clear Creek County for probably the better part of a decade.
I know.
And so he served as an advisor to this project. I also have Natan next to me, who served as advisor and expertise for this project. We also had Lee Mackey, who's our project manager. He's responsible for the chargers that are outside of this building and then outside of the clinic down in Idaho Springs. Also just want to recognize that Lotus Engineering and Sustainability helped conduct some of the community engagement for us. And then SRD Consulting provided plan review and expertise. So as Beth mentioned, this project really got started with a DOLA grant to look into really what are the existing conditions with electric vehicles in Clear Creek County, what some of the benefits and barriers might be, and what are some of the recommended steps for Clear Creek County to really approach this transition. And it really is a transition that is happening. So the state of Colorado has set a goal that by 2030, there will be 940,000 light duty electric vehicles on the road. And they so far have put a little over $700 million directly towards electric vehicle funding of various kinds for fleet and infrastructure and for vehicles themselves. So through this plan, we really developed 4 key focus areas. The first being increasing electric vehicle adoption here within Clear Creek County. The second being increasing electric vehicle charging infrastructure to support those vehicles. And that's to support both the electric vehicles that are owned and operated within the county, as well as those of recreators, travelers, visitors, folks who are passing through the many high traffic areas in the county. Third focus was the electrification of the Clear Creek County fleet and how Clear Creek County can take advantage of some of the benefits of EVs. And then finally, really taking a look at coordination with state and local governments. So before we really dive in, I just wanted to provide an extremely high overview of what electric vehicles are and sort of how they operate. So 2 types of electric vehicles that you might hear about right now are battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. Really the key difference between these 2 is that a battery electric vehicle runs entirely off of its onboard battery and electric motors, whereas a plug-in hybrid has an onboard battery, but that is supported by an internal combustion engine on board as well. And it's typically driven through electric motors on the wheels. Both of those types of vehicles can plug in directly to chargers that are outside of this building or that you might see around the community. There's 3 different levels of chargers, levels 1, 2, and then annoyingly DC fast charging rather than level 3. So level 1 chargers are called trickle chargers. It's just a 120 volt socket. Very, very slow, not really typically used in any commercial setting outside of the home. Level 2 chargers are a little bit faster. They'll charge a vehicle anywhere from 2 to 8 hours, depending on the size of the battery in that vehicle. They're what you see outside of the courthouse and outside of the clinic. And finally, you have DC fast chargers, which can charge a car in anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes. And so there are very specific use cases for each of these chargers. And there are recommendations within the plan to respect these use cases. Essentially, you want to put a DC fast charger very similar to the one that you would just install down at the Georgetown Annex, very close to the highway so that people can get on, charge their car, get off, very similar to a gas station. Level 2 chargers are much better in closer to downtown areas where people are staying for a while so that people can charge their car, come in, spend money, bring the county revenue, and be on their way afterwards or continue their visit within the county. Those are also the chargers that you most typically see at a home. And within charging trends, 80% of charges actually occur at the home. And so that's a really critical, say again?
On a level 2.
Typically on a level 2, yep.
Or level 1.
Or a level 1.
It's at home, yeah.
But yeah. So that's why location is really important for chargers. You don't necessarily want to put a level 2 to try to support the highway necessarily. And y'all have done a really good job of citing your chargers so far. Really quickly on the market, prices are coming down for electric vehicles, and with state and federal tax rebates, they're actually fairly competitive with internal combustion engine vehicles after the rebates are applied. And there's also good news for Clear Creek County in that there's a much higher availability of all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, and trucks that are coming in both plug-in hybrid and battery electric vehicles. So, any questions on basics?
Just a couple. You mentioned, there was one thing you said, annoyingly easy, which was as a substitute term for type 3.
Oh, sorry, not
Level 3 chargers.
well.
I just wondered, are there disadvantages to level 3 that have to do with efficiency or battery life of the batteries that you're charging or anything like that? That's the reason you would.
So I misspoke when I said annoyingly. I said annoyingly because they're typically referred to as DC fast chargers rather than referred to as level 3 chargers.
Right.
In terms of disadvantages with those chargers, the operating cost for those is fairly high, and can often outpace the revenue that comes from them, at least in the current moment. Okay. There are creative partnerships you can make with advertising and with businesses and local communities that can help bring that recurring cost down a little bit and help make that a little more feasible to maintain in the long run, especially for a business.
And then question number 2, and it's a quick one, is that you mentioned that for most fleet type stuff, that we'd be looking at level 2 chargers versus level 3 for people that are just jumping off the highway and back on. And then you mentioned another thing, which is the larger types of vehicles, you know, whether they're personal vehicles, people being able to get into their pickups and stuff like that and have EV pickups. Another area that's like that, a little bit larger yet, my understanding is that we'll be seeing transit type vehicles, which are larger yet, you know, 1 to 2 ton type vehicles that are out there that are within about 3 years or so from right now, 2 to 3 years, going to be online with cruising ranges of 200 to 300 miles on a charge. And would if you're trying to operate those kinds of things, or those, if you anticipate that as part of your fleet, is that a reason to be thinking about DC fast charging or level 3 charging? Because you're obviously going to have larger batteries and.
Yeah, because you have a larger bucket to fill, you'll want to use the DC fast chargers typically for those buses. Yep, you're right on.
That's it.
Yep. Any other thing else? How long do you, level 2 chargers are going to be, I hear you saying, put those in the downtown parking lots. How long will it take a person to charge their car in one of those chargers? It really depends on the size of the car. Or whether it's a plug-in hybrid. Plug-in hybrids tend to have smaller batteries, but ultimately it's really a big range of anywhere from 2 to 8 hours. There's also a really big range of power for those level 2 chargers. They have a range of power that they can deliver over a certain period of time. So,
for example, like the company car that we drove up today, which is a plug-in hybrid, at these level 2 chargers here would be able to fully charge like in the time of this meeting probably. But these are on the higher end of level 2 power output, and that's a plug-in hybrid, not a full battery, so it has a smaller battery. So it just depends on where in that scale you are.
okay. All right. So really quickly covering some of the benefits from electric vehicles. Really the primary one, I think that's most relevant, especially for the county when looking at the fleet, is the reduced total cost of ownership. Sort of comes from 2 different areas. One is the reduced fuel cost, especially for people in the community if they're charging at home. Fuel or the cost to charge the vehicle is significantly less than it would take to fuel with gas at a gas station. Those benefits do tend to sort of drop away as people are using public chargers, but like I said, 80% of those charges happen at home. And for the county fleet, you would also be able to take advantage of that if you are charging off of your own infrastructure. Second part of the reduced total cost of ownership for electric vehicles really comes in from the fact that electric vehicles are a much simpler mechanical system and require less maintenance. And so you have a lower maintenance cost for an electric vehicle than you would for an internal combustion engine. So on a fleet scale, that does result in a good amount of savings. In terms of air quality, obviously most electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, don't have any direct tailpipe emissions, which means that high traffic areas, as you are starting to see a higher percentage of electric vehicles coming through, are going to see reduced air pollution. I think that's especially important because you have so many communities close to major traffic areas that are impacted by that air quality. Like I mentioned before, opportunities for revenue, both in terms of potentially from charging, especially if you're working with local business owners for advertising, or additionally, just bringing in people, especially as at the beginning where there are a limited number of chargers, being able to attract people who are electric vehicle owners to come and stop, spend money while they are charging their vehicle. Finally, there's a good amount of alignment with county goals in terms of adopting this or starting to electrify the fleet. And within the master plan, some of the areas of alignment that we found were enhancing multimodal transportation, diversifying economic activity, and helping to protect the county's natural environment, among others. So really jumping in now to the meat of the planning process, one of the key pieces was to evaluate the existing conditions within the county. So as you can see here, current adoption rates within the state are about 10.5 electric vehicles per 1,000 people. And here locally, it's only right around 7.7. Now, that's probably pretty understandable, just given the lack of all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, and truck electric vehicles available and the driving conditions here in the county. So I would personally expect that to go up as those become more available and as people get more experienced with them. As I mentioned a couple times, there are several level 2 chargers owned by the county at the clinic and the courthouse. There's also, at the current moment, 3 other private locations with chargers, and that's a location in Silver Plume, and then the McDonald's and the Bojo's in Idaho Springs both have level 2 chargers. In terms of DC fast charging, the Georgetown Annex with the county just came online on Memorial Day. There's also Tesla superchargers in Idaho Springs, currently only available to Tesla owners, although they say that they will be opening that up to all EV owners by the end of the year. But we'll see how quickly that actually comes through. We've heard that a couple times. So finally, in terms of fleet analysis, we did, the county engaged a contractor to take a look at county fleets, to county vehicles, and to determine which routes those vehicles drive might be the most easily electrified and which vehicles could most easily be replaced with electric vehicles. And so that analysis is still coming in, and I would expect to see a final report relatively soon, and Beth might have some more information on that. But it's been pretty positive so far that vehicles could be replaced by plug-in hybrids or battery electric in the near future as they need replacement. Are you talking about road and bridge vehicles, or are you talking about light duty stuff?
Light duty stuff typically, yeah.
Are you talking, it's about Swatch?
About Swatch, yeah.
Yeah, we engaged a company called Swatch Labs. They have a contract with Excel Energy, and we put 15 data loggers in different vehicles of the counties and just sort of measured them over 3 to 4 months to see what the usage was, the route traveled, how long they parked somewhere, speeds. I mean, it was, they looked at everything, grades. I mean, just to see, hey, if we were going to replace this vehicle in the capital improvement plan next year, which is the best match? And some of the prerequisites we put in were, it has to be all-wheel or four-wheel drive, it has to have higher clearance. You know, a lot of our vehicles have to go up to Trail Creek or St. Mary's, and the sedan just doesn't work. So we looked at vehicles that had a higher clearance and had the four-wheel drive option. And we got a preliminary presentation yesterday to the leadership team, not the whole report, just preliminary. And we looked at a couple of the vehicles and their history and how they were used and what the matchups might be for a replacement and things like that. And we can bring that one to you too if you want to see the results of the data loggers for the 4 months. It was kind of interesting, and just seeing what's out there on the market to replace them with. And
Whether it's brought to us or sent out, it's certainly stuff I'd like to see.
Okay.
But going back to the very first thing on this page, you know, where I see our local adoption rate is obviously lower than the state level. Doesn't surprise me at all, but just because the nature of the roads we travel and conditions and the vehicles that are required to do it and what's available on the market to be able to perform those functions, I need more of that than anything else. And I only bring that, my own personal experience was picking up a Prius and using it to replace one of my trucks for my construction company so I could be a little more responsible. But I was going to a 3,000 foot climb twice a day. and I managed to burn a Prius up in about 150,000 miles. And I learned that I know they've adapted to these things, but those conditions that's the really big impediment to bringing, for example, public electric transit, into the mountains right now. And they're working on it. I know CDOT and others are working on getting it done, but it's just a matter of time as the technology evolves.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And that actually leads really well into our next slide, which is our engagement process. So we worked with Lotus Engineering to engage the community through a series of events. So the first was an e-survey, which reached about 115 people here in the county. I believe 90% were county residents, to really sort of get the temperature of where the county was in terms of feeling on EV and all that kind of thing. We also engaged 15 stakeholders with stakeholder interviews, and brought in several of those stakeholders for a focus group to really take a look at what are the existing conditions and what are the pieces that we really need to be focusing on. And the key takeaways from that were, first, education and awareness is really important, especially as some of those vehicles that are more appropriate for the driving conditions here are becoming more available. And so that kind of education and awareness can take the form of test drives with folks, especially if the county replaces with some of their fleet with EVs, just letting people get an experience with an electric vehicle and realizing that it's really not all that different from an internal combustion engine vehicle, and that it'll be okay for them to drive, and really figure that out. Second piece is the need for guidance and coordination. As with any new technology, there's really a lot of movement happening in this space, both on the state, local, federal level. And it'll be really key for the county to be able to leverage state and local resources and partnerships to reduce the burden on the county, both in terms of financially and on staff time. That was something that we heard pretty clearly across several of our interviews, was trying to avoid placing additional burden on the county. The final piece actually ties really well into that, which is maximizing current investments in electric vehicle infrastructure. Like I said, there's a lot of an upfront cost to some of the infrastructure, and a lot of recurring costs to the infrastructure. So making sure that it is being fully maximized and fully used before installing additional infrastructure is really important, and focusing on monitoring those sites is really key. Any questions on the engagement process before we dive into recommendations?
I should know this. Natan, you made a comment that we put in extra power back here, I think, did we put in a higher power per pedestal or something?
For these ones, yeah, you mean for the chargers or for like the electrical infrastructure transformers?
I thought we kind of.
Yeah, Excel had to put in a new transformer for these, I believe. And they are on their own meter, I believe, as well. So they had to install that as well. And then, yeah, and when we were selecting the model of chargers to go through, we knew we wanted a level 2 charger. And we also wanted it to be able to be, have some sort of networking capability, so that if and when the county does install more of these public chargers, and they are either of the same model, same make, or they're part of the same system, they can all be networked together, so you can get all the charger data together. And then the other big thing was the power output, like Grant mentioned. The level 2 chargers come in a wide range, all the way from very close to the level 1 chargers that you would see in a home, all the way up until not quite as much as a fast charger, but you're getting sort of into that range. And so these ones, I believe, are 19 kilowatt chargers each, which is about on the higher end of level 2 chargers that are available nowadays. The thing to know, though, is that a lot of that depends on the specific vehicle you're charging. So regardless of how much, in addition to how much output the chargers can put out, certain vehicles can only charge so fast. They can only accept so much power on their end. So, and as the sort of market matures, those onboard chargers on the vehicles will be able to get use more of that power output. So just because you plug in a car into that charger doesn't mean it's getting all 19 kilowatts of that power. But more and as more vehicles come out, they are having in addition to larger batteries, larger onboard chargers that can accept more of that power. So that was sort of our thinking there is, I don't always like the term future proofing, but it does give you a little bit more of room on that end to accept, charges from those newer vehicles that might be able to utilize that full power output.
So basically you oversize the electrical supply coming in, the incoming electrical supply in order to be able to upgrade the charging devices to higher capacity.
Essentially, yeah. Well, you won't even need to upgrade them. Right now, they're ready to put out that amount of power. But like, for example, our company car that we drove, the Ford Escape, can't charge at a rate of 19 kilowatts. A battery electric vehicle, something like a Tesla or the F-150 Lightning, they might be able to accept that. But as more electric vehicle models become available, more of them will be able to utilize that full power without having to upgrade anything with those chargers. So they're ready to go as is to put out that full power. It's just that there aren't as many cars that can take advantage of it yet.
Yeah. And to add to that, I know Lee's not here and I'm putting you guys on the spot, but I think we also, I love future proofing. We ran the conduit and everything to expand that station out there in the future.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. We did add some.
So that if you want to go to a Type 3 or something like that later on, you might have that capability.
I don't know if we could do that, but we could add 2 more pedestals.
You could add more level 2 chargers. The DC fast chargers, because they have such high power outputs, often need additional electrical infrastructure. And that's one of the reasons why they have like a higher installation cost, a higher first cost. Yeah. But yeah, I remember, Beth, you're right. We did do some additional trenching and laying some conduit to be able to expand more level 2 chargers as well.
Yeah, the state energy office and a program called Charge Ahead is still encouraging jurisdictions to ask for money to put in more level 2 chargers. So we could add 2 more dual pedestals out there to have 8 parking spaces that would it could charge all at the same time.
Right.
So yeah, we've been trying to plan for that as we look at these charging station locations. Oh, okay.
As I jump into recommendations here, can I get a quick time check just to make sure that I'm on track?
9:30.
Yeah. Yep, we got till 9:30? No, it is about 9:30 right now.
We got 30 minutes on the agenda.
Okay,
You're good.
30 more minutes.
great. Sounds good. Cool. So in terms of recommendations, so we took the information from community engagement and from existing conditions within the county, and we assembled goals for the county along 4 key focus areas. Now, in the report itself, each of these goals is associated with different tactics that are detailed in the report. But in the interest of time, we're just going to be looking at the goal level rather than the tactic level. So there is additional detail for you in the report. The goals are broken out into very rough, short, medium, and long-term timeframes. This is a pretty nebulous movement at the moment. And so without knowing the full breadth of county resources and availability, we provided a fairly high level chunk of time. Same goes for potential cost. We tried to provide very rough, broad cost ratios in the terms of $1 through $3 just so you can get an idea of scale for how much items might cost. Further study obviously would be necessary to dive into the specifics of each of these. So jumping into our first recommendation and focus area, as we talked about with community engagement and with existing conditions, the first step really is to raise awareness of the benefits of electric vehicles and give residents an opportunity to get hands-on with them. So to be clear, we're talking about within this focus area, just adoption within Clear Creek County from residents. So adoption currently is low, and as we can make people more aware of the availability of some of these newer models and their capabilities in the current driving conditions, we should start to see that ratio start coming up. In the medium term, we recommend the county focus on ensuring equitable access to electric vehicles, especially with the high upfront cost it's important to get people access to programs that can help bring that down. And sometimes a tax rebate isn't necessarily the easiest thing for people who might have a lower income to be able to take advantage of. And so coming up with creative solutions or partnerships in terms of ensuring equitable access can be important there. Other pieces to this are providing support to the business community and municipalities for fleet electrification. Currently in the county seems to be the fastest moving on electric vehicles in terms of the government agencies. And so being able to provide some resources or knowledge to local municipalities or to businesses could be really critical. The final piece that the county could potentially get involved in is helping to organize group purchase programs to really bring down the cost of electric vehicles for residents, businesses, or municipalities as well. So really, these are all focused on enhancing the adoption of EVs throughout the county through some of those key focus areas. Any questions on those recommendations?
I think it's Denver Healthy Cities that does the ride and drive or drive and ride or something where they bring the cars up and let people take them, you know. I was thinking about something like that maybe here at the courthouse.
Yep.
People could come and try those out with Denver Healthy Cities. Would you
Pretty
like
much
to?
think alike. I just wrote this, should we have like an awareness event or
I know.
something like that?
And-
Maybe in conjunction with another event that we have in El
Yeah.
recently, Watershed or something like that.
Yeah.
And there are organizations, I think, one is called Drive Clean Colorado, that will bring a fleet of EVs up to any event that you might have and take people out for rides and sort of show them off.
Okay.
Are you aware of other local governments doing group purchase programs?
Not yet. Like I said, Clear Creek County is probably the first moving, at least as far as we've been able to tell. We haven't had a whole lot of participation from the local municipalities.
I don't mean here, I mean just
Yeah.
anywhere in the. United States.
Anywhere in the United States.
Government's actually putting together a group purchase.
It is a possibility, and there's a couple of examples out there that you can sort of base it off of. There's also a number of community groups that have done it
Yeah.
just for individual residents.
I think, as you might expect, Aspen did it. So they have a group purchase program.
It seems like group purchasing is the kind of strategy that's independent of technology, right? Like we could apply that to toilet paper.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'm a little curious to see it sort of highlighted here, because in general, that just feels like good purchasing policy would involve looking at how we can increase our purchasing power on everything, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know that.
And part of the reason it's included here is to keep it in mind for if there is a large push from the county to have residents adopt, that's something to serve potentially as a catalyst or an informer for. So it's not necessarily, like you said, the county should already be taking advantage of that for their own fleet and for your own purchases. But in terms of residents, that's another thing to think about, to start bringing down some of that upfront cost.
Yeah, I heard something more unique. I mean, obviously, it's a good idea for us to buy as much as much toilet paper of a high quality as we have room to store here in order for our own use, you know, this is efficient for us to do and get a better price on it. And the same could be true therefore of our purchases when we do EVs. The idea of bundling that at a community scale and say we're one of the purchasers at a community scale version of the same thing is something else. And it's not necessarily bad just because we can't find anybody else that's done it. I'd have to know more about it, but it's an interesting concept.
Yeah. I missed that little piece of nuance.
Yeah, and some of the nuances is taken out just because some of the sub goals and tactics are missing from the presentation slides. But those are in the report as well.
Yeah, I just looked at it.
Okay.
So our second focus area was increasing EV charging infrastructure. And really in the short term, that starts out with building on the strong start that you have already have in terms of promoting existing publicly available EV charging stations that are already out there, as well as starting to develop siting guidance for other public EV chargers so that you're prepared for when you eventually will need to install those. So really that comes down to monitoring usage on those current stations, trying to promote them, whether that's through blue signs on the highway, local signage, really trying to drive people to those locations so that you see more throughput there. And then starting to prepare siting guidance for where those next chargers might go as the other ones become maxed out. In the midterm, continued monitoring and response to EV infrastructure usage and to the local adoption rates. At that point, you're going to start looking at, okay, so our DC fast chargers at the Annex are starting to become maxed out. Do we want to look at partnering with a local business to install additional DC fast chargers? Do we want to try to just connect local businesses to grant opportunities and really start building it out that way? That really leads into the education and awareness for potential charging hosts. This doesn't have to be a lift just by the county. There's a lot of incentive for businesses to adopt chargers of various levels. And there has been some interest that we've seen already. The economics just are not quite there for business owners at the moment, but they're getting closer, especially with advertising revenue and chargers that are designed specifically for advertising, sort of like you'll see on like Shell stations and stuff where you get the ads that are popping up as you're pumping gas. Finally, another piece to this is adopting EV infrastructure ready building and zoning codes. Really starting to take a look at within the county's building and zoning codes, how does it address EVs and how do you sort of clear the way for easy installation and permitting? Currently, I believe the county's codes do not directly address electric vehicle infrastructure. So that is something to be aware of. Any questions on focus area 2?
Are these, when you order them, does one being in front of 2 mean it's more important?
No, not necessarily. Yeah, these are relatively distinct and separate pieces.
I noticed you jumping around even a little in your presentation.
Yeah.
It made more sense to say one before the others. So.
Yep.
It looks like Sean might have a question or comment.
I have a quick question. So I don't visit Georgetown that frequently, but I don't think I've ever seen a car charging at the one across from the Annex. I'm curious to know what we're doing to kind of track our usage for the infrastructure we've already put in place, because it seems like there might be some benefit to to timing it such that that particular one and other ones in the county would be, we would need additional capacity. Do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with the statement that you would want to time it so that have other stations coming online right as you're needing additional capacity. In terms of monitoring, I believe Natan can speak more in depth on that piece.
So both the fast chargers and these blink chargers, the level 2 chargers, are all networked, and I'll send their data to an online portal database that the county has access to, and that you can go in, and they have some tools and dashboards and stuff that will tell you, how much charging has been done, what revenue you've gotten from the charging, when the charging is taking place, how often, that kind of thing. In addition to that, as part of our a previous energy consulting contract with the county, we have a software that, as part of the original performance contract, we connected to the courthouse's building automation system to track the historical data from there and make sure everything's working right and find energy savings opportunities. We still have that system up and running. And just recently, we were able to connect that system to the fast chargers as well as the level 2 chargers. So all of the charger data is available in one place there as well, alongside all of the building data and energy data that we track. We also have that charger data as well, and that software allows us to run, any kind of analysis that we want. All that data can be used to help inform, any of those questions you asked. Are people using it? When are they using it? If so, how much are they paying? What times of day? How can we use that information to set the rates for the chargers to make sure that people are, it's not turning people away from being too expensive, but it's also not costing too much. We're offsetting enough of the cost to run those chargers as well. So there's a ton of information and data available from those.
Perfect. My other question, follow-up question is, I know there are other stakeholders in our county who are attempting to solve the same problem. And a good example is the partnership between, I think it's Come and Go and Tesla and maybe the city of Idaho Springs for those Tesla chargers that are right off the exit across from the Come and Go. Is there any way that we can get visibility to what's happening in other parts of the county that are being managed and funded by other stakeholders?
Possibly. In the case of those Tesla chargers, that might be a little tricky. I know in general, Tesla infrastructure, their whole ecosystem is a little closed off from the rest of the EV market. You would have to, if they're privately owned, you'd have to ask the owner of those chargers to either provide you access to one of those monitoring portals or to periodically give you the data. But in general, any of the big charger manufacturers like ChargePoint or Blink, which you have here at the courthouse, will have some sort of portal or service where they keep track of all of this data. It's just a matter of getting it from the people who own or manage that particular bit of charging infrastructure.
Okay, thanks.
And there are other manufacturers now that are trying to simulate sort of what Tesla has done in potentially a slightly more open fashion. So Volvo is partnering with Starbucks to install chargers outside of some Starbucks. I don't know if anything's been selected specifically for the county. And then there's a manufacturer named Rivian that is also looking to partner with folks to build out their network of chargers as well. And I believe at least those level 2 chargers will be open to the public.
Yeah,
but
I've
again,
seen some Rivians around the county lately. And my other comment is, I think a few weeks ago, I might have been in the Wall Street Journal, but Tesla is at least starting to make noises about opening up their infrastructure to competitors. And I think that would be a good thing.
Yep. Yeah. So they ran a project out in the Netherlands to test opening it up to the public. And they've now stated publicly that they intend to by the end of 2022. And so we'll see sort of what the details of that are as that comes down. So you could potentially just get an additional DC fast charger that's open to everyone in Idaho Springs without any effort on your part.
Seems smart.
Yep. So our next focus area is specifically on the Clear Creek County fleet. And really this is all focused on ensuring that the county can take advantage of the benefits that electric vehicles offer to fleets in general. The first piece to this is developing a county EV first policy. I know that there is currently a hybrid first policy. The EV first policy just goes one step farther, recommending plug-in hybrids or battery electric vehicles, sort of building on what you've already done. The second piece, pretty simple here, is completing and integrating the telematics study that Beth was talking about with Sawatch. We don't currently have that, so that's why it's a goal here. We can list that report as an appendix to our plan as that comes along. Next step here then is beginning fleet replacement based on what the recommendations of the Sawatch report are. They will recommend their report comes in the format of where they recommend which routes and which vehicles might be the best for replacement. And that combined with sort of the county's current replacement plan can really help build out what that's going to look like in the next couple years. In the medium term, the name of the game is continuing that fleet replacement and installing additional EV charging infrastructure as needed. As Commissioner Wheelock said, if you're starting to electrify buses, you're probably going to need additional DC fast chargers to help support that infrastructure if that's a goal of the counties.
I think that when we look at the roundabout as an example, and then you look at Pegasus, you look at the different kinds of vehicles and what their capacities are, and as those, what we're really looking at there is probably still another 3 years out, something like that, before Pegasus scale vehicles would be able to run, for our purposes, be able to run the better part of a day and not have downtime sitting during time it should be operating. So you need would take a wild guess at a couple of 300-yard mile range to be able to function. And that doesn't mean a couple of 300 miles based on what you see in the brochure that you get from the manufacturer, it means a couple of 300 miles operating in this environment, which is a whole different animal. And so we're a few years out from being at that place, I think probably technologically, but for us to be prepared to take our transit fleet and run it all electric is, yeah, that would be a goal that I would support, hopefully, but we're not discussing policy today, so.
And that's part of what the telematics study will help tell us, like how much do these, like to your point about the manufacturer listed range versus what it actually can go, that'll tell us, okay, these vehicles, our human services vehicles are traveling so many miles a day with up this much elevation change and this much engine power. And you can use that data to say, all right, we know on average we need this much power, this much mileage per day. As the list of available EVs grows longer, then you can find the closest match to that.
Right, like Lightning Motors is, I don't want to take, Lightning Motors is converting Fords and sending them off to California for programs there and stuff like that. And they're giving us certain data and they're telling us what it can do. But when you start talking to Ford and talking to Lightning about what they could actually do if we needed it in this environment, or even from Denver to the mountains and back, you get a whole different answer.
Yeah. I think it's really smart to do the analysis. I think the analysis would inform, in my mind, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, whether when we're replacing a vehicle, whether it should be a plug-in hybrid or a battery hybrid. And that we don't need to do a lot of analysis or any more analysis to know that we should never buy another pure internal combustion light duty vehicle in this county. Is that correct? Do you think?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, a plug-in hybrid has typically almost exactly the same range, if not a longer range than a standard internal combustion engine. Okay. So especially the one consideration there would be, I'm forgetting the term now, the height off the ground.
Clearance.
Your clearance. Yeah. Those vehicles are still relatively low to the ground, about, I think, 7 to 8 inches. It is in the report. So it's getting there, but that would be a complicating factor if you're.
That makes sense. And so I know this is just a work session, but I think this is an appropriate moment to establish at least the direction that any vehicle that doesn't have a battery in it that we intend to purchase should be approved by this board. This board should be brought an explanation of why we're choosing not to buy at least a plug-in hybrid for any of the purchases moving forward.
I think that's true within the class of the lighter duty vehicles. When the classes of vehicles for which there is nothing available at this time, the snowplow or whatever it is, that's a different story, But that's what I was trying to say. I mean, when I said all electric, I mean even beyond hybrid. I know right now there are things available to us in a hybrid form that have batteries in them that will run that we could use for most of our fleet, our light duty fleet right now. And I think I agree that I think that we should be, and you alluded to our hybrid first policy and eventually having an EV first policy. To have an EV first policy, it needs to be tempered by the idea that it's got to be something that can actually perform over the focus of a full workday and charge at night and, make sense at the end of the day.
I think maybe to inform that comment, we bring you a work session item on the actual evaluation of our vehicles.
Right.
Yeah, and what I'm
that would
trying
be
to
helpful.
establish is
Like Beth
that
offered.
in the interim, it feels like we're a few months away from having a policy. And in the interim, I would hate to see us buy an internal combustion only vehicle.
I mean, for instance, in the presentation we got yesterday, of the 11 vehicles they assessed, they're only recommending going hybrid or electric on 4 of them. So, and there's reasons behind that, but some of the reasons might even be, maybe we don't even need to replace this vehicle, right? So those are the kind of things that we'll have to get into.
Yeah, but we do have the purchase of new vehicles on the CIP annually, and some of those departments, we had data loggers in and some of them we didn't. So there are purchases happening annually that could be nice work session discussion, if you want.
And this actually came up a couple of years before either one of you guys even worked here. This came up, and we'd already expressed an interest in moving in this direction and making it happen. And after a couple of years, I think it's time to get down to the brass tacks of having something down and having a process, knowing what it is, having it codified. So.
And I should mention in the report, we did our own very small telematics study on one or two vehicles with our own data loggers. And Grant has written up the results of that in the report, as sort of a preliminary study on one of the vehicles that we have. So you can even take a look at that before the full telematics study from Swatch comes out, and that'll give you an idea. I think based on what we saw, a lot of the range would have been covered even by vehicles that are available currently on the market.
Right.
Yep, exactly. And then final piece of this is that we already really have talked over is medium and heavy duty fleet vehicles are not quite there yet in terms of technology, with the exception of potentially buses and that type of transit vehicle. And so monitoring that transition, to be honest, some heavy duty vehicles might make more sense to use alternate fuels. A lot of this is really sort of cutting edge, beginning to be development. So we really recommend monitoring and transitioning when it makes sense in terms of that. And there will be a lot of changes in the next 5 years coming into that space. So. Final focus area was coordination with state and local organizations. And so really this gets to the point that we were talking about earlier from our community engagement process, that there is a lot of movement from almost every organization out there now. Excel has programs for electric vehicles. The state has programs. The federal government is sending money. There's a lot out there currently in terms of movement with this. And so coordination on a local level is really important, just to make sure that you're maintaining those efficiencies that we were talking about earlier, and then consulting and coordinating with county and state agencies to make sure that you're able to bring in outside resources. Another piece to this is engaging local businesses. Again, sort of in that education and in that realm of providing resources for them as they're looking to transition their fleets. And then in the recognition that some of these goals or some of these partnerships might take longer than others, this does extend into the medium term as well, just making sure to continue those partnerships and look for efficiencies.
I see when you're looking at medium, you're probably looking at something like a transit vehicle, like we talked, like a shuttle-sized transit vehicle or something, and you're looking at 5 years out on that, and I see 27.
I don't have a crystal ball necessarily for that. It could be sooner. But a lot of that's also going to depend on existing infrastructure as well. Infrastructure is pretty intensive for that type of vehicle, and what type of grants and funding and partnerships are available for installing and using that infrastructure. Will be an important consideration for that level of vehicle as well. Because your standard fleet vehicle can park out here and over at the clinic overnight and charge up, but you're not going to get the same level of charge if you park the bus there and plug it in overnight. You're going to need a DC fast charger typically for that size of vehicle, because it's a much bigger bucket to fill.
Right. That's kind of what
Yeah.
That's why I was asking the earlier question a bit. Anyway, that's about upgrading as we go forward to be able to.
Yep, exactly. That is everything I have for you today, covering those 4 focus areas of coordination with state and local agencies, Clear Creek County fleet electrification, infrastructure, and then resident adoption. And I believe Commissioner Wood has a question.
I don't. I was just unmuting myself, so I know we're going to be transitioning here in a second, but thank you so much for the presentation. Give us a lot of things to talk about and think about, and I know that sounds like we'll be having some follow-on work sessions and perhaps some action sessions in the near future.
Additional comment, the state is building, it's almost like the state built this grant program with a plan, because now they're building their EV plan.
Yep.
And they're doing public input right now. I had emailed Beth and Amy to make sure that we're plugged into that. This plan is a great thing to bring to them, right? Because we need a lot of charging capacity that we're not gonna pay for ourselves. Like we don't have the budget for it.
Right.
And so just wanted to emphasize our need to be engaging with the state in that process.
Right, that's the very last thing he was talking about was that ability to get that infrastructure in place so that we can even take advantage of what's growing off the assembly lines at the plants. Is
Yeah.
Well, that's
the other part.
And that's the other piece we haven't even discussed, right, is what's the cost to the county moving forward of going this route? Just so we're eyes wide open as we go into the.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know that we're, with regards to big changes like an EV adoption, our hands aren't on the rudder, right? We're just trying to figure out how to stay in the stream, right? And continue to be the kind of place where tourists want to come and all that stuff. And so I took too long to just say, hope that this information makes it to the state through their NEVI planning process.
I think at the end of the day, I would hope that we would, obviously we know we need to be able to balance a checkbook and do the things that we think we want to do, aspirational or otherwise, and a full life cycle analysis that really gets into the meat of what's been projected so far because the technology is new enough, but what the full life cycle cost of owning a vehicle, even though it may cost more to build in that infrastructure, even though you may be, if we look at the cost of fossil fuels moving forward and, trying to fuel ourselves that way, there's a lot of trade-offs that we can look at that can help us understand that if we buy a vehicle that's got a longer life and has less maintenance on that life and less operating costs during that life, then we may be in a place where it's smarter to spend more on that vehicle replacement now, because within a 10-year period, we'll have spent a lot less by the time that vehicle is ready to be replaced.
Yep.
So then we got to make sure that the state's made sure that we have a grid that can supply everything as we dump all this building environmental loads onto the grid that's currently fossil based. I did a quick and dirty analysis about a year ago where I just looked at all the fossil based highway transportation that's taking place and converted that, worked the efficiency factors out, converted onto the grid, looked at what that would dump onto the grid, and then took all the fossil based heating conditioning, building conditioning going on, dumped those two onto the grid, and it meant the grid had to be about 2.5 to 3 times the size of what it is right now.
Yep.
Without talking about where that's coming from.
Yep.
But that's not at the county level.
Leave that to Excel to worry about.
All right. No doubt.
Any
One
final
question-
comments?
I was just going to say really quick, one question I had yesterday that was brought up and I thought it was very insightful. We have a lot of mechanics on staff. I'm not trying to catch you off guard or anything. We have a lot of mechanics on staff that have been trained and educated in repairing ICE vehicles. And what does that transition look like for those guys who all of a sudden need to be able to work on battery vehicles or the PHEVs? I don't know. We never talked about it. And I didn't think about it until somebody asked me that yesterday. And I thought that's a really good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think a lot of people will say nowadays that, being a mechanic is just as much being like a computer tech guy with the wrench. I think to the point we brought up earlier about communication with the state, that would be a great thing to bring up to them as a potential opportunity for retraining or training for something, if we are going to shift everything to battery-based vehicles. We don't want anyone to be left behind or have to burden, bear the cost of all of that new training or new hiring. That's
a good idea. I will do that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Beth, for coordinating all this. And look at that. We're pretty much exactly here at 10 o'clock. We have a quick local liquor license authority consent agenda item. So we will now be sitting as a local liquor licensing authority. And the first thing that I would like to do, and this is for the consideration approval of the renewal of the bed and breakfast permit for the AMMA Lodging Inc. DBA Silver Lake Lodge. Has anybody come here today with the intention of making a public comment regarding this application? If so, please raise your hand and Beth can move you over and we can hear what you have to say. Seeing no public comment, I believe I'm going to be able to approve this administratively. George, Randy, do you have any questions or concerns about this for staff before I do that?
No.
No,
Okay. Thanks. Then consider this approved. And we can move on to the 10 a.m. Consent agenda, and there are 3 items on there. Would anyone like to discuss one of those items separately from approving with the others? I actually would like to talk about item number 2 briefly, if Carol is around.
She's not on screen.
Go get her.
Yeah. We can see if she's not busy. I think Brian's gonna walk over there and see.
Okay, I mean, I have a pretty simple question. I know that interest rates have been going up. I'm just a little curious to see how we as a county have positioned ourselves with our, I believe, roughly $30 million that we have in our reserves. Any, what about items 1 and 3? Are you guys good approving those ones as part of the consent agenda, George and Randy?
I think they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe while Brian is going to track down Carol, we can approve the other 2. So
She's walking in the room right now.
oh, perfect.
Hi.
Got really quiet. What's
I know.
Hey, Carol. Hey, this is Sean. I'm dialing in from Evergreen. I'm curious, we're about to approve the consent agenda, and there's an item related to the treasurer's semi-annual report. And I looked at that spreadsheet, and I'm curious to know how we are pivoting or what we're doing to perhaps take advantage of the higher rates that are available to make our money work a little bit harder. I know that U.S. Treasury rates for 3 to 12 months are now somewhere in the 1.5% to 2.5% range. And I know that a good bit of our money has statutory requirements. So maybe you could just give us a quick overview on where the environment is now and how we've been working our Treasury function to make our money work as hard as we can.
Within the last 2 months, June and July, I invested $3 million in treasury notes at roughly 2%. I'm debating whether to do another 2 million. I have to look at what we need to keep liquid now to meet our own investment policy. The majority of our money is spread out between the 2 LGIPs, the local government investment pools, and they're paying, I'm just now balancing last month's statements, and we're getting about 175 as an average interest rate on probably 20 million I have sorted between the 2. And then I'm just keeping about 5 million in local checking just to cover payroll. Very, very little money kept not earning any interest. It's kind of a hard thing to know. I kind of know what payrolls are going to be the rest of the year, but I don't know what warrants are going to look like for the rest of the year. And it would take me a day to get some of the money back, depending on how big the warrant was. And that's the reason for the 40% liquid that we've got to keep. But I was just yesterday looking at sending another 2 million to another treasury bond. I'll probably break it into 2 more pieces just to keep some flexibility so I wouldn't have to call the whole thing at once. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, and I'm just curious, are you buying like 6 months durations or 9
No,
months?
I'm looking at 1 and 2 years. I hesitate to go out 3 years, just, it's a gamble, you know that.
Mhm.
I mean, what's gonna happen 2 years from now? But I feel like we need to take advantage of the 2% that we're getting right now, or possibly, no, we won't get 3, but it's a sad state of affairs compared to 5 years ago when we were getting some pretty big money on local CDs.
Mhm. Okay, well, thank you. That was all I was curious about. George, Randy,
Okay.
do you have any questions for Carol before we move on?
No, but I was rapt listening to your questions and the answers. Thank you, Sean.
If you want to come in, I'm happy to show you on paper what we have. It's hard to
Oh,
look
I
at
think I
that
would like to do that.
semi-annual.
I probably would like to do that just to satisfy my own curiosity. It's, yeah, I'm happy with the job that we're doing. So thanks, Carol.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so let me just read the consent agenda quickly. Item number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of county treasurer's semi-annual report, which we were just discussing. Number 3, consideration approval of lease agreement between the city of Idaho Springs and Clear Creek County, Colorado for 390 Chicago Creek Road in Idaho Springs. So I'm ready for a motion.
If we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Our next agenda item is an interview for vacancy on project support. Steve Andrews.
I am watching for him.
3-minute break. It's at 10:10. He's probably not there yet.
Yeah, okay. Just wait for Steve to join them.
Use that.
Oh, did you want a bio break?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right, I see Steve's joined us, so we're ready to get going again with interview for the vacancy on project support.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, thanks for joining us and thank you for your patience. I know that you were before us a little while ago and it would have been really convenient just to punch this out right then, but we have kind of the same process that we use for all of our boards in the county. So thanks again for your interest and thanks for joining us. And I think all three of us know you and are happy that you're applying, but maybe you can just give us, for those who might be watching who don't know you, a little background and a little bit of explanation for your interest in serving.
Yeah, Steve Enderhurst, Tominaca Brewery. I'm acting president at this time and been in the county 27 years and I think a good neighbor to Project Support Senior Center across the street for most of those years. And it's been interesting to watch as the businesses and the Ackerman in Main Street has changed and things are kind of modernizing. And I'm interested in kind of going along with that process and helping them modernize along with us. And also the part of the deal is we have an MOU with the senior center. We've always been their disaster relief type of location. Like if anything happens over there, we have an MOU with them where they can come over here and use our resources, our space, anything we have that they could use. So we've always had that kind of relationship with them to have their back in any way possible.
Okay, anything else?
Well, I just, as far as what I think I can also help is I'm pretty active in the community as far as on different boards and committees and groups. And over the years, Project Support Senior Center has never really been part of the conversation or not included in the conversations, just because I don't think everybody understands what they actually do, which I'm still learning too, now that I'm at this level with them. But to bring them, to be part of the conversations of these different economic recovery task force meetings and the chamber meetings and different activities that might happen, on Main Street and in the community. Try to make it a win-win.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. I'll turn it over to you, George. What questions do you have for Steve?
Steve, you already did a good job covering the big curiosity I have, which is I share your excitement about the other groups that you're plugged into and the business community and your ability to build relationships with the project support program there. So that question was already answered. My next one is you mentioned that you have a kind of an analytical mind. You like to use data and logic in your decision making. I think any board would welcome that skill set and that approach. Is there anything that you want to expand on there? How you make decisions in your business and how you would bring that to project support?
Yeah, I think, the statements that I've been talking about so far, Tamara over there has been having her over there. She's definitely bringing project support forward that way. And I'm going to coattail off of that or help her. But then as far as the business end of it, I've been talking to Donna over there, and she is interested in running that operation over there more like a business because it is kind of an apartment complex when you get down to it that does food service and has some other services over there they can provide, but it's never really been analyzed that way that I know of anyways. So in the conversations that I've been in, a couple of board meetings have been kind of conversational and there's data delivered, but it's in a paragraph form where I'm an Excel spreadsheet data guy. So I see it's really low hanging fruit to take some of this data that they're talking about and put it on Excel spreadsheet and track it and see if it actually is the right way to go just through data. And even if it's not driving a P&L or something, it makes the conversation go in the right direction. Simple stuff, just applying information that's already there on a spreadsheet so it's easy to talk about and track.
Anything else, George?
I mean, it's a pretty self-explanatory application. And you're clearly qualified, and just a little bit of background that's not in the application that I want anybody in the public to know about Steve. Steve demonstrated his personal commitment to our aging population through a lot of action during the pandemic when he was right across the street from project support. I think he personally invested time. And so just want everybody to know that that's part of why this interview is going the way that it is, because we all know, we've seen what Steve wants to do and is able to do for this population.
I think you guys have said it well. The only thing I would add is that, as he said, he's been around for 27 years, and I've known him all that time, and he was an adult all of that time. So I'm guessing that he's actually able to empathize with the clientele across the street, and he'll be a great addition to the board for that reason as well. That was sort of a joke, Steve, but.
Yeah, I get it. And then I will say that, sitting here, they're always in my peripheral, like it or not, because literally the building in that operation is across the street and right outside my office window. So I do have an eye on what's going on over there all the time. That's an interesting perspective for anybody, just to be in the physical proximity of the business all the time. The only place I spend more time is here in this building. So diamond knockers.
Okay. Any other questions, George, Randy?
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, I don't either. I appreciate your interest, Steve, and I look at your application very favorably. The way that this works is, like I said, we've kind of arrived at a process that we use for everyone. So at some point in the very near future, George and Randy and I will put our heads together, and we will make our decision and route that decision through Beth, who will contact you. And I think that's all I need to say about that. Do you have any questions of us, Steve, or any final comments?
No, I just have been trying to figure out how come the commissioners are involved with project support senior center. I know that the question that I asked is in the bylaws, it was written that way, but I haven't found out who or why made it that way. Like one board member is applied or kind of appointed by the commissioners for some reason, and one is by the city. And I don't understand why that is, and why it's not just a complete, why those outside entities are involved in project support.
That's a good question. My suspicion is because project support is doing good work that involves social services that the county is responsible for doing too. But with that said, I see Peter talking to Brian. I don't know.
Sorry.
Peter or Brian, if you guys have any response to Steve's question, historically, how it is that the county got involved with seating a board member for project support. I don't know the answer to that.
We'd have to go back and read their bylaws, I think. I'm
not sure either.
Yeah, their documents to get a read for how that happened. Do you know
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I mean, it's in the bylaws. I think
Yeah.
there's no indication in the bylaws of why it's there.
I suspect that was a period of time where we had a lot more money to throw around, and we probably helped in the formation, is my guess.
Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
We'll see what we can do to track that down, Steve.
I think beyond that, you could ask that question of almost any organization that was going to place somebody on there. And I think that the county's certainly been interested in the health and welfare of the aging community here. And I'm thinking of people I know that have been county commissioners who were integral in working in the senior center itself in project support over the years that I've been here, going back a long ways, that they were always engaged. So I think it's been a level of support. I think it's been an intention of a level of support, moral and otherwise, for the project and its importance in the community. And the county's a major player, like a lot of other major players in the county. So
Since 1977.
yeah, I'm thinking of Kevin. I'm thinking of Joan Drury. I'm thinking of Bill Macy, who didn't become a commissioner, but I'm thinking of Joanne Sorensen, and how many of them have actually either been on the board or poured their heart into it since its inception. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for asking that question, Steve. We'll see what we can do to get that figured out. And again, thanks for your interest.
Bet. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Have a good day.
Same to you. So it looks like we are breaking for an executive session. I know that the time on the agenda says 10:45, but it looks like we've cleared off all of our non-agenda executive session items for this morning. And so unless somebody has a different idea, I think that's where we're headed.
John?
Sound fair?
Sean, we're gonna, we have one staff member and it's gonna call in via Zoom to this also, so give us up to 5 minutes to get that Zoom link set up.
Okay.
And we'll meet you in that Zoom link that Peter's sending you.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, with that said, then,
it's already sent it a while ago.
yeah, then I move the Board of County Commissioners moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS Section 2464024B for the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice in relation to submission of a ballot issue to voters in Clear Creek County related to taxation and revenues under Colorado law.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will be returning at 12:30 for an interview for the Open Space Commission vacancy. So we'll see.
And we will need to come back after the executive session, at least to come in and then go on break. We must return right after the executive session to the regular session to announce the close of it. If for some reason we run till 12:30, then we don't need to, obviously, but.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a new one for me. I'll remember that in the future. But with that said, we'll be back then when we're done with this session. See everybody then.
Randy is going to be, Randy is vice chair, so he is going to do the magic words, which are the.
That's right. We have, are we serious? We're back and
We're serious.
we're turned on now. We're in the serious meeting, the real meeting. So we're back in our regular session of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. We have ended our executive session. No decisions were made and no minutes were kept of the meeting.
Perfect. So are we rejoining what time? 12:30?
12:30, yeah.
Awesome. So
Are we ready to get restarted?
I think so. We have our applicant here.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So we're back from lunch. Our first agenda item for the afternoon is interview for Open Space Commission vacancy. Some guy that I've probably never heard of, Frank Young. Just kidding, Frank. Frank has been with the Open Space Commission, I think, since the very, very beginning, and I'm excited that you're interested in continuing, Frank. So the process is the same for all of our boards. We do an interview. The three of us can ask you some questions, and then the three of us will go off and put our heads together and let Beth know what we think, and she'll get back to you. So with all that said, Frank, why don't you just take a couple minutes and let us know. First off, thanks for your continued interest, but let us know what keeps you going and what you hope to accomplish with the open space going forward and your interest to continue.
Okay, thank you, Sean. For those, I think we've met everybody. I'm Frank Young. I've been with the Open Space Commission for the last 20, almost 21 years now. And I've really enjoyed the opportunity to give to the community through the open space program. That it's, I think it's been a very successful part of the county operations over the years. And our citizens and our visitors have a better appreciation of what we have for natural resources and recreational opportunities and natural resource management, wildlife, watershed, that kind of stuff, and also occasional scientific investigation, like with the iron fen, which is a unique ecological niche that we happen to have in the county. There's only like 13 of those, or 16 in the Rocky Mountain Range, and we're kind of at the southern end. There's one over in South Park too, I think. So I've really enjoyed it. Some of you know I'm a forester. I'm retired from the Bureau of Land Management and enjoyed almost a 30-year career on all across North America, from Maine to Arizona to Oregon to Alaska to Colorado. And I think I've got a few good years left in me, and I'd like to spend a lot of my time working on the open space program and with the county recreation team with our ongoing recreation planning effort, ROMP, that Amy's heading up. I think is just a wonderful thing for the county. So there's kind of some background. Any questions?
Okay, yeah, thanks for that, Frank. I'm going to turn it over to Randy, and the three of us will maybe have a few questions for you, and then we'll take it from there. So Randy, over to you.
Well, thanks. I actually was just looking the iron fin back up on the map and realizing that I was up in that direction with my wife just a couple days ago and was explaining to her, because she grew up here and she's never seen it. And I know you've been it's been a big deal for you for a long time. When did you first come here?
I showed up in the county in 1981.
I remember.
That's when I was area manager for the Bureau of Land Management here that included this area.
Which existed in Clear Creek County back then. The Bureau of Land Management, BLM, was actually.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Had land here.
And then I conducted the land use plan that essentially said, we decided that the BLM wanted to dispose of their holdings in the county because they were such small areas and dispersed. And of course, with the federal agency like the BLM, they like to manage 10,000 acres at a crack, So that's when we got the legislation through Congress to get all the county lands, all the BLM lands in the county transferred to other entities with the county and the state agencies being the main recipients. And the Forest Service got to get some too, to straighten out their boundaries and stuff. Yeah.
Right, yeah, and interestingly, the BLM still has us on their mailing list. They're constantly asking us what we think about the BLM lands in our county, and it's like, we keep telling them, sorry, we don't have any BLM lands here anymore, you gave them to us, but, and I expect you wouldn't be applying if you didn't expect to stick around and do it for a bit longer, so. That'd work well enough.
That's what I'd like to do, yes.
Yeah. I think your qualifications and your history speak for themselves well. I've known you for a long time, so I don't really have any questions with regard to qualification or anything like that. And why I think the only I'd be more interested in, and other people are going to ask the questions too, are what your observations are of, open space and where we're headed, and any suggestions you have going forward, because I think we see these, one of our reasons for making sure that we interviewed people that have been on our boards and commissions for a while is not only just because it's something we need to update, and talk to them about their desire to be on it and confirm that desire, but also by virtue of their time spent with us, get a download for ourselves as well, things that you'd like to see going forward. So anyway, I think anything you want to offer to me, anything you want to offer to, to us regarding open space right now and the direction you think we're taking, all ears. So.
Okay, I think the open space program is in a time of transition. That we're past our formative years, we're largely in acquisition mode.
Hold on a second.
For a long time. And now we're transitioning into the management mode. And with the creation of the county recreation department and the recreation plan in process, that we'll see more of a change of the open space, not a change of a mission of the Open Space Commission, but probably a change in the function. In that we would be more of a forward-thinking advisory group to you folks as the BOCC, and listen to the community and pass on things to you guys as needed, and phase away from as much the almost intense on the ground work of the members of the Open Space Commission. But with that said, that's one of the advantages or the enticements of being on the Open Space Commission, is that our members have always had a chance to get involved with on-the-ground projects rather than just at a planning level. And I think that's what has attracted a good number of our members over the years, that they actually get a chance to participate in what really happens, trail project or a cleanup project or the planning for an area, but looking at the resources a particular area has and what to do with those resources. So I think that's the future. I think that a lot of the maintenance and the on-the-ground planning, design, and that kind of stuff can be picked up by the county recreation department as that grows, because that's still a nascent.
So are you suggesting that your on-the-ground experience contributes to your high-level view?
Yeah, because it makes that contact between thinking big ideas and actually getting your boots dirty and whatever on the ground, rather than just be existing at a higher planning level. And that's appealing to a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, like having ever been to the Iron Fin, which is a very highly valued ecological and unique place. Just even having been there adds perspective. So that's all I've got right now.
Thanks, Randy. George?
I'm not sure what I have to add because I had kind of the same question about the role of the Open Space Commission and your perspective on that. I agree with your perspective. I guess an answer, a question that's sort of blatantly relevant, right, is it's easy to get bored when you do things for a long time. Obviously, you're applying, so that means that you don't think you're bored.
No.
And let me just ask you, what's your approach to staying engaged, staying flexible as new policy ideas are brought up when you've been doing the same thing for a really long time?
I think you have to have in this kind of thing, you have to have the attitude that things are going to grow and change, and that you embrace that change, and that's just the way of life. That you can't say, oh, this is how we did it 15 years ago, because things were different 15 years ago. And well, what are we going to do in the next 15 years? Well, we've got some idea, but boy, there's going to be all kinds of opportunities and situations that arise, and you've got to stay flexible to respond to those and come out with some positive outcomes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just chalk that up under the heading of seeking advice in a public meeting. So thank you. I mean, that's the only question I had for you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, and they're related to the discussions that we've been having about the evolving roles of the open space and the county. I know that within the Open Space Commission, there's been a little bit of mixed reaction to the county's direction. And there's two specific things. One of them was historically, there was no recreation department in the county. So open space kind of was a standalone unit and has done a wonderful job over the years. Now that we have county staff, I think long-term, it might be a little bit, my view is it might be a little bit difficult to recruit people like you, Frank, because you're very unique. You have a great background. You have the appetite to do on the ground, hands-on work along with the strategy work. I think we may end up in some cases coming up with folks who want to do the strategy work, but don't have the skill set to get their hands dirty or don't want to. So I think we need to be flexible for that. So one of the initiatives of the county is to kind of transition some of the roles that have historically been done in the Open Space Commission over to the county. And two things specifically was the staff, Martha, right now moving over to come under the county. So I'll start with that. What are how much do you support for that going forward?
As far as transferring the open space coordinator position from the open space reporting supervision to the county recreation department, I think that's just I won't say natural, but it's a logical, that's the word I want. It's kind of a logical transition in that open space managed that position because we needed it. It was created because we needed a coordinator for the open space stuff. That's a real professional word, stuff. But
I knew what it meant.
Right. But having that connection with the county planning department, I think is a strong move now. Because it's, like I said, a lot of the activities are going to become the purview of the recreation department as that develops, so as you asked, if I fully support that at this point, yeah, yes, I do. Yeah, I think it's a good move now.
Okay, awesome. My other question is related to the finances. I mean, a previous board had entered in spending authority. I think that was pretty much on par with what the county manager is able to spend. And we've been doing kind of alignments across our volunteer board universe, and I think actually, I know open space is the only board that has anything in any type of a document related to spending authority that may appear independent of the authority of the Board of County Commissioners. And that was another thing that we're working on to, again, to be able to focus the Open Space Commission's efforts on advising the board and doing strategy work and essentially digging in areas where you guys have the passion and the subject matter expertise that the three of us don't have and that future boards are not likely to have. And I know there's been some pushback within the Open Space Commission with regards to that transition from appearing to have, you know, the final say on financial matters to being in alignment with the rest of the boards and commissions. Are you also in support of that change?
I'll take a moment and give a little history on this, Sean.
Okay.
Is that when the open space program was created, essentially by the voters of the county, there was a strong feeling that and the program is supported by a 1 mil property tax here in the county. There was a strong feeling among the citizens that they didn't want the open space funds to be commingled with the other county funds and disappear. I'm being fairly straightforward with this. Mm-hmm. So that's why it was crafted so that the tax revenue and other revenues would be generated from open space activities would be in the open space. And for years, we called that the Open Space Trust Fund. And I think that word trust kind of exemplified what the feeling was, that it was the dedicated funds that were to use to obtain the objectives of the open space programs, whatever they may evolve into. Because this was, like I said, this is 20 years ago, we're evolving this thing. And I still think in some of the Open Space Commission members, there's a strong feeling that trust part of the open space funds remains and doesn't disappear. And the open space funds get dispersed among other projects that aren't really associated with the open space program objectives. And I can say through all the years, we've been pretty successful in the management of the open space funds. There has been no nefarious activities. There's been no misappropriations. But getting back to the part of the question on the individuals, there's still, I think in the mind and the concept thinking of some of the current Open Space Commission members still are a little leery, is a good word, that are cautious that the open space funds stay dedicated to open space purposes, and which are quite myriad when you think of them. I don't know. Did I talk around did I answer your question, Sean?
Not exactly. And I think, I think what I would offer is my understanding of the way that the ballot initiative was worded and passed. I don't think anyone has the opportunity to legally spend that money on anything other than an open space purpose. Is that true, Peter?
That's correct.
Correct.
Or Brian? Yeah, so I think the question more, I think there was some reluctance from the board, and maybe it was some board members because perhaps they didn't appreciate the fact that no matter who is making the spending decisions, that is sacrosanct, right? There's never going to be a situation where money is appropriately or legally spent on anything other than an open space purpose. And so I think the real question is, well, let me just, you said you were being frank, let me be frank. The direction that the county is going in is the spending authority is going to be transitioned to the county, just like every other board and commission. And that's not to say that the Open Space Commission is not going to have exactly the same focus, or even hopefully more of a focus on land acquisition and strategy, and essentially being the strategic arm that informs and makes recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. But that doesn't mean that the open space chairperson is going to have any spending authority, because they're not.
Mr. Chair, can I just add to that, just the road and bridge fund, the recently passed tax there, the EMS fund, those are very, in the exact same position as the open space tax would be, right? So they all have to be sectioned off, and they're all sitting in a separate fund, and they can only be spent on those purposes that they are originally approved by the voters. So we've got several sources of revenue that come in that are in the same position.
I think it's, go ahead.
Okay, if you're deferring to me, I'll defer to Frank.
Well, that really confused me, because a minute ago when Sean said that because he said he was going to be Frank, Sean said he was going to be Frank too. And I started getting confused about who we were interviewing for a second. No, go ahead.
Straightforward, maybe Frank said. I'll use that word.
You have.
So I think just trying to, Sean, tell me if you think, I think the question here is really, you framed it well. Not should the Open Space Commission be building budgets and making strategic recommendations about how we spend open space funds, but whether the chair of the Open Space Commission in the middle of the year should be able to go outside of that budget at all and sign a check themselves to go outside of that budget. Is that the question, right?
No,
not entirely.
So the open space chair has the authority to spend up to, I don't remember the number, is it 50 or 40?
50,000.
That's more than the actual person who's responsible for staffing the open space commission.
Yeah.
The chair has more authority than the person staffing the commission. So and it's the only commission that has authority to spend money.
So
do-
an employee volunteer has authority to spend county money, and that is not the way that we should be having it.
More specifically, because we're curious about Frank's opinion. Do you think the chair of the Open Space Commission needs spending authority?
Straightforward, yes, I think they do. But let's examine the situation a bit. The spending authority for the Open Space Commission evolved through necessity. There was no other organization in the county set up at the time to manage the finances of the Open Space Commission. The spending authorities that were assigned to the chairman of the Open Space Commission was the same as the other division chiefs within the county. It wasn't just a figure picked out of the air. It was the same spending authority as the division chiefs. And that was for practical necessity, because the Open Space Commission, we hire contractors to clean up areas. We have building removals. We have improvement projects that had to be analyzed and decisions made to do them, and then spend the funds expended to get that done. And the other operations of the county at the time that wasn't included in other operations of the county organization. So that's how it evolved. As more of, just kind of thinking ahead here, as more operations of what the Open Space Commission has been doing for on-the-ground work get transitioned into the county recreation department, the need for that higher spending authority is reduced. But I still think that I would recommend, I'll say, that the Open Space Commission retain some spending authority, because let's be serious, we got to go out and we have to buy plastic flagging to do on-the-ground work. We have to pay the trash companies, at times to come pick up the trash. There can be special projects, but I don't think that the amounts, again, need to be as high as they have been because, as I said, the need for having that much of spending authority has been reduced by the transition of duties to the other county departments.
I don't know that this is the appropriate time to get into further discussion about this. I think the key point here is the interview of Mr. Young. I'd suggest that any further discussion be at a different agendized item. Maybe the only relevant question is would Mr. Young still honor whatever the board's direction was on how that spending authority will be addressed? That may be a relevant question.
I think that's fair, Peter. And yeah, it wasn't my intention to kind of lead us necessarily down this path, but I mean, just again, to be straightforward, I want to be sure, Frank, that you understand where we're going. And I know that you're a man of your word and an honest man. And if you were going to not want to be in alignment with us and basically try to thwart our efforts, I wanted to hear that from you.
Just for a straight answer, I would fully support whatever policies and whatever the county comes up with. I mean, there's no advantage of having internecine arguments here forever. So yes, so to answer your question, I would fully support the policies.
I'd just like to pitch in here for a second. I think I heard several words that were well placed. A little bit ago, he said his recommendation. He has a certain recommendation. All of us on this board have differences of opinion at times, and we are able to voice those opinions without trying to unethically undermine each other. I wouldn't expect, and I think one other thing that was really important was that, as Frank said a little bit ago, during the time that the financial management of open space has fallen under the Open Space Commission, which didn't have another higher authority other than going directly to the county manager or someone, there may have been a time, what I was hearing was that there was a time when out of necessity, that was the way we were operating, the way it was allowed to operate. We see that that's not right. We see it needs to be like any other division. We need a financial manager whose specific job is that to oversee these funds. And I think that's the reason that this direction's been taken. With regard to somebody having a difference of opinion with what I think or Sean thinks or George thinks or Brian thinks or Peter thinks, there's no dishonor in having a difference of opinion because we have differences of opinions with each other every day and every time we meet. So all I can say is I think that the Open Space Commission has done in my opinion, and others may differ with that, in my opinion, they've done a stellar job of managing the funds that they do have and taking care of open space property and have been exceptionally dedicated. And Frank himself he's a good person to bring in and ask these questions of and get good straight answers, because I know that you're always going to get a straight answer from Frank no matter what it is. And he's also kind of a godfather of the Open Space Commission to this time and the effort. So I think he was the right person to ask the questions. And we'll talk about this later, and Beth will get back with you because that's our protocol. But
okay,
thanks for the interview. I appreciate it a lot.
Do I get a badge that says Godfather?
I'll make one.
I think you should.
Founding father.
Yes.
That's what I called him.
George, did you have anything to add?
No, just a lot of gratefulness. Thank you for showing up for all these years, for wanting to show up for the future years, and for enduring a conversation like this on the way in the door.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome.
And, you're welcome to disagree with me at any time in the future as you have in the past.
We'll continue that relationship.
Yeah, and thanks so much, Frank. And I think Randy stated it well. It wasn't my intention to, this is a collaboration and a partnership between the Open Space Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. And if we ever always agree on things, that'll be a very troubling sign to me. But at the end of the day, we have a path that we need to move forward on. So I thought those were fair questions, and I really appreciate your answers. So thanks for your application. Do you have any final remarks for us, Frank?
No, I just want to say, that I anticipate a good, healthy relationship with the county and the county resources. It's where the key thing about the Open Space Commission, one of the key things, people get to work with the land. And our mountains, our streams, our wildlife live on the land. And I think that's a strong attraction for people to serve on the Open Space Commission. And I'm sure that will continue. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks for your service, Frank, and look forward to our next conversation. So we're right here at a little after 1 o'clock, and we have another work session, which means we're not going to be doing any votes or making any board decisions. But the work session is to discuss the CDOT Floyd Hill project update. And Amy, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys can come up and sit here.
And then here's your HDMI cord if you need it.
Thank you.
No, I'll just make some brief comments at an invisible podium. I can do it. No.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to, we are talking today about the Floyd Hill project, and CDOT is here. We have 3 representatives. They will introduce themselves, but Mandy Wharton, Kianka, and Matt Aguirre. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the purpose of today's presentation. As you know, Cindy Neely and myself have been sitting as representatives of Clear Creek County on the technical team, which is a group of community members who represent a wide variety of subject matter perspectives that participate in a design process that is a really unique in the nation process for how we develop bring the Floyd Hill project from a 20% design to 100% design. This project includes a designer, a construction manager, and CDOT, as well as this broad community team in the room. It is a very unique and productive process, and so far the work that this group has been accomplishing has been quite phenomenal in my view, and Cindy's as well, who has more experience than me, has participated in hundreds and hundreds of hours of work on this effort. We meet every other Friday for 3 hours. There have been several sub-teams, issue task forces that have focused on specific topic areas. And so what you will see today are a variety of innovations to the preferred alternative that was extensively studied by an environmental assessment report. These innovations are innovative, but they're not like radical deviations. They don't leap far from the original alignment that the preferred alternative occupied. So a bulk of the environmental assessment study work will still apply, but these innovations really do provide some important improvements. And so what the team here will present to you today is sort of 3 sections of what the different improvements are, what some of the advantages and disadvantages of each of those are and how we've thought about them, and what steps remain to continue those evaluations. What I want to make sure is clear is that the technical team at this point is interested and supports advancing all of these innovations. And the technical team does see some additional work to make sure that there's some expert views that are considered as well, but we support them. So what we're looking for from you today is just any questions that you have, and this is your opportunity to offer your feedback into the mix as well. And so I will hand it over to you guys.
Well, thank you, Amy.
Yeah.
And I want to say thank you to the commissioners for inviting us today and the board, and having us to give an update on Floyd Hill. A lot of work that's been done in the last even few months to get where we're at, to really take a look at the preferred alternative and to look at different refinements that do provide benefit to the community, to the project as a whole. And so we're start today, and I'll introduce myself. I'm Kurt Kianka with CDOT. I'm the Floyd Hill Project Director. With me today is Matt Aguirre, our Consultant Design Project Manager, and Mandy Horton, our environmental expert for the project. So here to help me answer any questions that you guys might have. So go ahead, next slide. So at the agenda today that we're going to look at, we're going to take a quick look at the project background, the project limits, and then give a update on the early projects that are going to be starting here shortly. Then we're going to take a look at the preferred alternative that was in the environmental assessment that was signed last year. And then we're going to look at different refinements to the preferred alternative that the team has come up with and been working through the CSS process and the tech team that Amy talked about. And then we're going to our current project status, talk about a funding update and next steps where we go from here. With that, I'll turn it over to Mandy and
so just a couple of things, the context of this project has been a long time in the making. As most of you know, the hundreds of hours predated even this project all the way back to the programmatic environmental impact statement from 2011. From that process, we have built a number of different projects in this area that I'll just take a brief look at, so just for context. But this project started in 2017 through a concept development process that then it turned into an environmental assessment with it culminating with the recommendation of the preferred alternative, which I think a lot of you are familiar with. The county did provide comments on the preferred alternative, 13 pages of comments about with general support of the preferred alternative concept, which was called the Canyon Viaduct alternative at the time. We also looked at a tunnel alternative. The tunnel alternative had two different alignments associated with the frontage road, which is another key component of the project connecting US 6 and Hidden Valley, basically 214, or sorry, County Road 314 and US 6 is a key component of the project as well. The alignment of the frontage road through that area is really tight, and the tunnel likely was going to require that frontage road to be on the south side of the creek, which was something that the county very much opposed. So that's been a consideration as we've moved forward as well, that there was a lot of support for the preferred alternative, but also mindful of those impacts that the county brought up associated with any impacts on the south side of the creek, and particularly with Clear Creek County open space and with the greenway and access to all of those areas. So that's been a key consideration as we've gone through the refinement process. Go to the next one real quick. So just as a recap, that there's been a significant investment both of time and money and construction headache for Clear Creek County residents in this project area. So since 2011, constructed the Twin Tunnels project, constructed an eastbound and westbound peak period shoulder lanes that now operate as the Mountain Express lanes, two different phases of the frontage road reconstruction. And this is kind of the cherry on top for the rest of that specific highway improvement that was from the tunnels to the top of Floyd Hill. So a lot of time has gone into this. We have followed the unique I-70 CSS context sensitive solutions process through all of these projects. And we've had, I think, over 100 meetings just on this project, and that over cumulatively with all of the different pieces, there's been a big investment on the county's part. And Clear Creek County has been an important partner and participant in all of those projects.
Thank you. And so now we're going to just take a look at the preferred alternative and look at the project limits. So the project limits start at the top of Floyd Hill at the Beaver Brook Floyd Hill exit. That's milepost 248. And then go all the way down to the first entrance on the east side for Idaho Springs at milepost 241. And so as part of the project, go to the next slide.
Oh, there we go. I'm stuck. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So part of the project, we have some early projects that we're going to put out ahead of construction on I-70. And the intent on this is hopefully these improvements will help improve safety and even traffic impacts during construction. So one of the first early projects that will be going out is a wildlife crossing at Genesee. and that's slated to advertise for construction in a couple weeks. The next one that we have go out is roundabouts at I-70 and County Road 65 and I-70 and Homestead.
US 40.
Yes, on US 40, correct. Yes, thank you. And so construction for that is supposed to advertise later this fall with construction starting late this year. And there's also a wildlife crossing slated to go in at Empire, which will go to construction or go to add, I guess, next winter and start construction in the spring. And then the last one that we have up there is a micro transit infrastructure, which is a parking lot for the Pegasus shuttle service that recently launched. And that's slated for advertisement and construction next summer.
And where will that take place?
Yes, so originally the parking lot was slated to go at Homestead, just on the south of I-70. We got lots of feedback from the community about the size of the parking lot and the traffic that it brings in and some of the issues that the community had. So as of now, the parking lot has moved a little bit farther to the east at the El Rancho exit. A couple benefits to that as well. If the parking lot was at Homestead, Pegasus wouldn't be able to enter the express lane until the bottom of Floyd Hill. And so moving it to El Rancho means that they can utilize the whole entire express lane from the top of Floyd Hill on. Next slide. So walking through the preferred alternative, what you see on the screen is renderings of the preferred alternative. Here is from the bottom of Floyd Hill looking to the east, looking up the hill. At the bottom of the hill, there's Two Bears, which is a bar, I think it used to be called Kermit's. That's kind of where the view is taken from. And what you can see there is some of the key components. Coming down the hill is that third lane is carried on from the top of Floyd Hill. And it's an express lane that will ultimately tie into the Mexel lane that was recently completed at the Twin Tunnels. Couple new things here. There is an addition of a eastbound I-70 on-ramp from US 6 and carried that lane up to the top of the hill. And then moving.
That's the climbing lane.
Yeah, the aux lane, yep. And this is looking at the bottom of the hill. So once you get about 3/4 of the way down the bottom of Floyd Hill, both eastbound and westbound are on twin viaducts as they move around the corner. The curves are flattened to achieve a 55-mile-an-hour design speed. At the bottom of Floyd Hill currently doesn't meet 55-mile-an-hour design speed, so we're flattening those, also getting sight distance up to standard. So as we move farther to the west, this is after you go around the corner, and what we're looking at here is Sawmill Gulch. Currently, I-70 is at grade through here and goes around Sawmill Gulch on the current alignment there. You can see the new frontage road connection as well in here from US 6 to County Road 314. This is what we're calling the saddle cut to facilitate I-70 going through here. Sawmill Gulch would have a pretty significant rock cut through it. And then as we move farther to the east, this is looking past Sawmill Gulch towards Central City Parkway, Hidden Valley. After Sawmill Gulch, both eastbound and westbound continue on viaducts with the frontage road at grade below. And then moving a little bit farther to the east, this is the connection where it ties into the current Mexel Express lane at the Twin Tunnels. One important thing that point out here in the preferred alternative, 1,200 feet of Clear Creek is realigned to facilitate flattening out another substandard curve and gaining the 55-mile-an-hour design speed. And also there's a realignment of the frontage road, County Road 314 through here as well. And that's important because we're going to look at some innovations here in just a minute that I think help really improve this area as well as others. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt, and he's going to go through some of the refinements to the preferred alternative, as long as there's not any questions about the preferred alternative or what we presented to date. So.
All right. So as Amy mentioned, and Mandy and Kurt, we've met very often over the past few months, every other week, and sometimes more often than that, as a team, as a tech team, as individual task force to talk about specific topics, emergency response being one, maintenance being another. We're beginning to talk more specifically about the Greenway Trail throughout the Project Reach. So just to talk a little bit about that process, and that these refinements that we're going to present today are all things that have come out of those meetings, talking through various design refinements. These are the ones that the team felt were most beneficial. And so these are the ones that we're hoping to proceed with from this point forward. So these are only concepts. There are further refinements that the team will need to continue to work with and work through. We'll have to meet subsequently more often with our emergency response, ITF, with maintenance to talk about how as these design refinements to continue to progress, how those individual task forces are impacted by those refinements. So the three refinements that we're going to present today are what we're calling the bottom of the hill refinement. And it's kind of represented in that picture to the right. It's of the whole US 6 interchange at the bottom of Floyd Hill. There are various impacts and improvements. There are a few drawbacks that we'll talk about in more detail. But by and large, we feel like it's an improvement from the preferred alternative. We'll also talk about the terrace alignment that is in the Sawmill Gulch area. Again, we feel like lots of improvements, a few drawbacks that we have to note and talk through, but by and large, an improvement from what we saw in the preferred alternative. And then subsequently, the west section that we just talked about, we'll talk about a little bit more detail, and that there's what we're calling the north shift and why we think some of those are beneficial. So with that, I'll dive right into the different refinements, if that's okay. So what we're looking at here is the bottom of Floyd Hill, similar perspective. We're looking to the east from Two Bears. You can see US 6 on the left side, and these are meant to be comparative views of the preferred alternative on the left and what we're calling the bottom of hill refinement on the right. As we dug into this, we started to look at things like constructability, impacts to the traveling public, and just in general, what are things that we could do to improve the preferred alternative? And so one of the options that we've looked at as a team and progressed through that tech team, as we've talked about, is the bottom of the hill refinement. And so I'll talk briefly about what some of the benefits are to the bottom of the hill refinement. It significantly improves construction access. So what we found in the preferred alternative was that those piers that are shown on the hillside are very difficult to access for construction and would likely require us to build walls just to get access to be able to build the piers. And so in looking at that, we tried to think about what is the least impactful way or the least impactful place. And so in doing so, we looked at trying to get to an at-grade configuration, which is what that bottom of hill option represents. So another benefit of the bottom of the hill option is that it facilitates future construction of the Greenway Trail, and that access that would be necessary to build those piers could be retrofitted or reused as a location for the future Greenway Trail. Another improvement is that this eliminates the structure required for eastbound I-70 exit to US 6. And so really in what we're showing in this preferred alternative is that we have two separate structures. We have a westbound viaduct structure, but then we also have a large westbound off-ramp structure as well. In the bottom of the hill option, we have one westbound viaduct that is at the bottom of the hill. And what we've been able to do is that we've crossed that westbound off-ramp, and it's right adjacent to eastbound and tucked up against the eastbound travel lanes before it comes off further down in this direction. So significantly reducing the actual overall structure that would be constructed. Another benefit is that we have more consistent, it's more consistent with the aesthetic guidelines by separating the eastbound and westbound alignments. And so the team has felt that was a big benefit to this, as opposed to the preferred alternative where we had truly parallel alignments between eastbound and westbound I-70. One drawback that we've noted is that in moving those piers closer to the bottom of the hill, it is moving those piers closer to the creek than what was previously envisioned with the preferred alternative. But in talking with our team, we feel that there are ways that we can mitigate potential impacts or, anything associated with moving those piers closer to the creek, as well as the benefits that we talked about in having an access for the Greenway Trail.
So when you say the piers will be closer to the creek, do you mean close enough that we'll see like a retaining wall that the creek is a bank of the creek?
Yeah, no, great question. So not that close, but just it is closer in proximity to the creek than what was previously envisioned with the preferred alternative. So not close enough that we would have to install walls adjacent to the creek to facilitate that infrastructure construction. So our whole, as we looked at this from a design perspective, we wanted to get it as close as possible without actually impacting the creek.
So when you say, my question's a little more general. You said there are negative impacts, but we think we see ways to mitigate those negative impacts. Can you be a little more specific about what the impacts are and what the mitigations are that you envision? Because if you envision them, then you must have some idea what they are.
So I don't have the details of the specific mitigation efforts, but we have recognized that in moving the piers closer, there's potential for more impacts, right? So we've only noted that there's a potential for more impacts and recognizing that we need to work with those other ITFs to identify what those mitigation efforts are.
So short, go ahead.
I can add a little bit of detail to that. So basically, the commitment throughout the whole project area was the Greenway and the creek are going to be improved over their current condition. And so that was a big reason why the preferred alternative was selected, was because it moved the highway infrastructure out of the canyon, provided some room for the creek and the Greenway to exist with a little bit more breathing room than exists today, for sure. So that was a big reason why we selected it. As we're getting through the details, there's some places where it's very constrained. And so I think you'll see we have changed areas where the impacts to the creek are occurring, but they've been done with the broader sense that there's going to be a big mitigation plan associated with that. So reaches that are going to be affected, we're trying to find those really, those, and they do happen to be those ones that are really confined because that's where the spaces are really limited. So in those cases, we may need to move the creek or realign it, but then that provides an equal opportunity to do something upstream or downstream to improve the riparian habitat, to improve some of the floodplain area. So any impact that we have, we're going to have a corresponding plus, mitigation plus. The idea is that we're going to do something that is going to leave the creek in better condition than it is today.
So in short, you expect that this innovation to make things a little bit worse with regard to impact to the creek?
If we don't mitigate, but
you expect to be able to figure out some mitigations that are as yet undefined.
Well, and in some cases, impacting the creek is better than not impacting the creek because it provides us that opportunity to do enhancements under permitting. So we have a specific requirement to do it. So if we're in this particular area, if we're in a area where we've got really steep embankments, which is a lot of Clear Creek through this area where you've got rocky, steep, especially on the north side, really rocky, steep embankment areas. If we can shift and move the alignment so that we can provide opportunities to lay those slopes back to really improve the experience of the creek in one location, if we impact any area we impact, we're going to have at least a corresponding place where we're going to improve it. And the places that we're impacting are generally not great conditions of the creek as it is. So we do feel pretty confident that it will be more than compensated for. It's just that the details of where, and so we have actually said, this might be a place where we want to impact because it provides us an opportunity to open up this other area. And I think you'll really see that on the west end, but, impacting the creek in one place does give us an opportunity then, just because it's also so shifting, where all the impact areas have corresponding places where either the greenway or the creek can be improved in other locations.
I would just
So
add.
Cindy, I see you have a question. You've been patiently raising your hand, Cindy. So what do you have to add to the conversation?
Well, I would add something that is very substantial in this one, I think. Eastbound is on grade. And the minute that you put in the preferred alternative, it is not on grade. It is also on a viaduct going up that hill for a good part. And viaducts always mean more salt, more, you have to maintain a viaduct differently. So this one has a very substantial advantage of taking out a good amount of viaduct.
The thing I was going to add too is that, to Matt's point, this moves the road closer to the creek. We don't know exactly data, we don't know the math on what the impacts of that is going to be, because we don't know the difference between how much more salt that is going to produce from that being a viaduct that's X feet closer to the creek versus how much the viaduct further from the creek, but rolling down a hill that's on a landslide area. Like, how do you compare those two things, right? So we know that it's closer to the creek, which is going to have a more impact on the creek, but how do we balance that against all of the other factors that change introduces? But it is definitely closer to the creek, so we know that for sure, right?
And I would add, it's still at the same elevation.
Right.
So it's not going higher. It's just horizontally shifting a little bit. So it's still up high. So it's really the piers are closer. And to Cindy's point, I mean, yeah, we're eliminating a lot of structure, including that off ramp through there. And, there's other benefits too that I think, working it through the CSS process and the tech team, you really look at it as a whole and, eliminating walls and bridges and things like that provide that benefit, including that opportunity to continue the greenway along there as well.
Yeah, in general, just one stat that I think is important to speak to that point is that these concepts that we're going to present today in total represent the reduction of almost 1,000 linear feet of structure. So in speaking to, how those structures are treated, we think that this is going to be a benefit, but the details are still yet to be determined. So any questions on this specific piece before we move on to the next one? So the next refinement that the team has looked at is what we're calling the terraced refinement. And so this is of the Sawmill Gulch area. What we talked about specifically so far is that in the preferred alternative, the eastbound and westbound alignments were parallel, but they were also at the same elevation. And so going through here, we thought that we would look at, are there ways that we could separate those alignments to gain a better experience, as well as looking at constructability. And what we found is that by separating them and looking at them independently, that we could achieve some improvements. So some of the improvements, and I think it's important that I point out, so again, same perspective, we're looking to the west in this case. You can see, and I'll point out with my mouse here, hopefully those of you on Zoom can see it. This is Two Bears, and we're looking to the west. So in the preferred alternative, we have westbound on the right side and eastbound on the left side. One important note from the terraced alignment, as we talk about these things independently, we really are looking at eastbound and westbound independently to try and work through and come up with the most beneficial alignment possible. One thing that we try to keep in mind is, as you drive through Glenwood Canyon, thinking about the different elevations and the different perspectives. And we think that the terraced alignment really offers that look and feel of a Glenwood Canyon. And so I'll use my pointer to point out, this is westbound on the right. It subsequently crosses over that eastbound alignment, as Sydney so eloquently noted, as it's actually at grade on the existing alignment here where my hand is. So westbound comes over eastbound and is actually on the left side as we go through this very narrow canyon area. And then eastbound is here on the right. And that actually continues on. And I'll jump to the next slide because I think it's helpful to illustrate kind of what we're doing here and how we're achieving that look and feel. And then I'll talk a little bit more about some of the other benefits. So preferred alternative on the left, terrace alignment and refinement on the right. What you have is westbound continues on in a very similar alignment and profile to what's shown in the preferred alternative. But what we've done with eastbound is that we've actually lowered it significantly. And so you don't have eastbound and westbound on the same elevation as you go through this saddle cut or the Sawmill Gulch area. So another significant improvement of the terrace alignment is that it also opens up a significant amount of area here along the existing I-70 bench that we could utilize for, as Mandy mentioned, either creek bank improvements or recreational access. We've just identified the area and we're working through as a team identifying exactly what could be implemented in that area. But just having that area is a big improvement that we recognize over the preferred alternative in general. And that access also is important because we have an ADA compliant section of the Greenway Trail that we're planning here. So that access is really important. So some of the benefits that we've recognized here is that obviously we talked about structure reduction and how that applies to the environmental conditions and other things, maintenance, as well as emergency response. There's a significant reduction in rock cut as well associated with the terraced alignment, and that what we've been able to do is move everything just slightly south so that we don't have rock cuts associated with the north side of the canyon that we did in the preferred alternative. So what we've done is we've removed the impacts of the rock cut on the north side, as well as changing the rock excavation area of that Sawmill Gulch area in general. So Mandy mentioned stream restoration improvements. There's an area associated with this piece of this piece of the project that's actually just on the other side of Sawmill Gulch, and we can maybe supplement this information later with some other graphics that show it. But there's a highly channelized area of Clear Creek just to the west of this area that we've recognized as being a place where we could do some of that mitigation or offer some of those improvements to biological habitat, as well as making sure that we've taken into consideration recreation and talking to the rafting companies and making sure that we won't change, that we'll do our best to improve the recreation aspects of the creek in that area as well. So this option also preserves our greenway access. And one thing that we've talked about a lot in our TT team is making sure that we're taking into consideration emergency access and their use of these trail networks. And so that's something that we feel that the option on the right, the terraced alignment, also offers the team as well as the fire mitigation, it's not evacuation, but fire access at Sawmill Gulch. So we've talked to those folks about the use of that area as a fire break and how all of that applies to this project and working through these alignments with them. Question? Okay.
Am I seeing this right, that the greenway in both alternatives crosses to the north side of the creek right around that saddle cut?
You are. And so it does cross over to the north side of the creek. But we would also continue to have the Greenway Trail in some form or fashion as it currently exists today on the south side.
So it'd be a dual track greenway at that point.
Exactly.
And so yeah, we can achieve the ADA compliant.
How long of a section on the south side version of that? How much of a section would be underneath that deck for how long?
I think we'd have to look. I don't have the numbers right offhand, but it's something I can certainly get. I think it's less than that because it's really only where we have these crossings here.
Yeah, bridge crossings are one thing, or underpasses, are one thing when, in a greenway experience. It's another thing when you're underneath something for a long time and you pretty much end up in a concrete hallway for a while.
I don't think
You might have in that plan view, you might be able to see it a little bit better on the AGS one, maybe. Yeah, well, it's not really, it's not too much, Randy, that
Where it's parallel.
it generally is staying to the south of where those structures are. So the Greenway Trail generally is not under the structure except for at places where it specifically crosses. So, but one of the things that the tech team has noted was that with those two big viaduct structures, a lot of the canyon is shaded, over those two areas, and that whether that's the creek or the greenway or just the vegetation, that has been something that was a concern for the, that kind of big, broad viaduct structure at the same elevation. And so by changing that, it reduces some of the shading and it separates some ability for sunlight to get in the middle of the greenway. So I think we're still getting through that. The creek and greenway will be our next design element as we start to really figure out where the roadway infrastructure is. Then we can start to design, and we may even end up moving some of the greenway alignment around to improve that experience.
One of the main things is when the greenway itself is a concrete structure under you. And so when you have a concrete deck over you, and then if you start moving and squeezing against a slope, you may have a steep slope that is more like another wall, but at least a natural wall, or in some cases it necessitates some levels of retaining walls. So then you end up concrete, and a view out towards the river underneath the highway. And so it just changes the ambiance. And that's the reason I'm asking the question is, I can't tell from this picture, and I see what George was talking about, which is evident the crossover, but then on the other side, I was just wondering what that experience would feel like.
And you can kind of see the trail here, trying to get the mouse here. This is the Greenway Trail through here. So it does go under at a skew.
Yep.
But it doesn't travel under any of the bridges. It just crosses at a skewed angle.
I can see that on the
Yeah. Yep.
Just that one section, I can't see I can't tell where that south side trail would go from this. All right, thanks. Didn't mean to.
No,
good questions.
Great questions.
Time.
So one thing that is maybe a bit different and is of note as a drawback or potential drawback is just that the alignment of the highway itself has moved a little bit closer to Clear Creek. So you can see, where eastbound and westbound are here in the preferred alternative, as opposed to what we're showing here in this terrace alignment, is that things have moved a little bit closer to the creek in general. We're still not planning any direct impacts to the creek in this location specifically. We are a little bit further to the west, like we talked about, but just of note, as we're talking about salinity, maintenance activities and those sorts of things, we have to note that it is a little bit closer to the creek.
As you move a little bit farther down, the frontage road is farther from here. They're about the same location, but as you move farther west, this option does, because it's moving everything, opening up that north side. The frontage road is actually on the north side, like far north side in the existing I-70 westbound lanes, which is a slight improvement for the frontage road alignment compared to the creek and the terraced alignment.
So any other questions about the terrace alignment? I think these are all really great questions. So, okay, well, we'll move on to the west section and talk a little bit about the refinement that we've noted here. So what I have on the screen is the preferred alternative. And the
I'm
reason
sorry,
why-
I just real quick, I'm looking at the calendar and a time check, and we actually have an abatement hearing that starts in 3 minutes. And I know we can be a little bit late to that, but I know there's going to be other citizens who are going to be looking for us, who are going to be showing up in this meeting really soon.
So, thank you, sir. And we'll be really brief. So the preferred alternative is shown. The alignment shift to the north that we worked through as a design team and with the CSS team reduces, it basically removes the impact shown here in the preferred alternative. Adjacent to the County Road 314, it removes County Road 314 impacts in general, allows County Road 314 to stay open. It also removes the impacts to Clear Creek here in this west section of the project by shifting the alignment further to the north. It also isolates the rock cut to the north side of I-70, reducing the impacts to users and isolating that while also providing efficiency and constructability. So I just have another graphic here on the next page that shows on the bottom a graphic of what the surface area is, just to show that while it does increase, it doesn't increase it significantly beyond what was shown in the preferred alternative, while also providing this yellow area as an improvement area where we can do creek bank improvements.
Yeah, essentially trading 3 different rock cuts for one larger rock cut and avoiding all impacts to the creek in that location, to relocating the creek, and also to County Road 314, which means County Road 314 can remain open during construction, which has lots of benefits to emergency access, to resiliency, to things like that. So, so with that, I'll go back over and I'll try and get us back on track here a little bit, try and go quickly. One of the things that we really looked at was the advanced guideway system and how that could potentially be affected by any of these refinements. Looking on the screen there, you can see the AGS system. That's the line in red. And in general, most of these refinements actually provide a little bit of a benefit to the AGS system because it's shifting I-70 to the north, which could potentially facilitate construction of the foundation of the AGS system, which you see kind of through Sawmill Gulch there, shifting that to the north a little bit. It's through a tunnel through the bottom of Floyd Hill there, so there's no change there. And also as we get closer to the tunnels, which Matt just talked about, shifting that and making that rock cut to the north bigger, opens up that area that talked about could be, bank restoration that could also facilitate construction of the AGS in that location in the future. So long story short, there's no additional impacts from the preferred alternative to the refinements that we have showed you today for the AGS.
Okay. I realize that we're really short. I have 2 brief questions. If I could, one regarding this slide, so I'll go to the second question first. So starting with number 2, with regard to AGS preclusion, this is based on this routing for AGS is based on a limited study that was done prior to 2011 originally, and then again in 2014. And it's based on technologies envisioned at that time, which were also limited in the amount of technology that was looked at. And it established physical viability, but not financial viability, because I've had a lot of people ask me, why didn't they put the AGS in the 10-year plan? And it's because the AGS is bigger than the 10-year plan. It's in terms of money. So I understand that. What that means is that in trying to get the lines to cross, if we ever are to do an AGS, that we're likely to think about, first of all, building on the supply side, building a transit culture so that there's enough people to build a business plan that looks viable to be able to get at least a fair amount of subsidization from ridership. And the other one is to lower the cost by looking at other alternative technologies that are scaled down, sort of like the future. The AGS we end up looking at in the future, if we're ever doing this quarter, is likely to be relative to the 2014 AGS, kind of like Pegasus is to Mustang. It's a similar kind of an idea. It's likely to be.
Randy, you got to get to your question.
Yeah, I'm getting there, Sean, but I'm going to finish it. Thank you. And so the point is,
with this routing, it's possible that that route, that red line we see there might not even be what we do in the future. If we force things into more tunnels, we make it economically infeasible. So do you see a way through that braided area that you could actually build something of a lighter scale? It could be, it could integrate with the highway infrastructure. That sounds like an answer. I can tell by that, that's an answer for a different day.
I think it's something that we can look into, and maybe next time, get back with you and see what opportunities there are there, because I'm sure there are. Might just have to take that back from great feedback and come back with you.
And the first question will be much briefer, and it's that you had another innovation that was going to create one of those tunnel-like deck structures that I talked about earlier. My understanding is that that was one of the innovations that was rejected. Is that correct by the tech team?
The tunnel-like deck structure, are we back?
I was talking a little bit ago about what happens if you have
the bike path
right over the greenway, and there was about a third of a mile section that would have been, and my understanding is that that's been eliminated.
It has.
It's one of the chosen innovations.
Yep, we did take a look at that, and the benefits did not outweigh the impacts, and so
Thanks.
It was one that was brought up, but we didn't pursue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just didn't want to have to ask for another meeting or anything. I just thought we could get through this.
And pardon me, Sean, just really fast, the first question he asked about the AGS alignment, it's something I'm interested in as well.
Okay.
Thanks.
We'll get back with you with different opportunities that we can come up with. Thank you. So
over coffee.
That sounds great, Commissioner Wheelock. Thank you. So real quick, current status, we're working split up into 3 different packages, an east section, a west section, and a central section. Construction is expected to start on the east section. That'll be the first one next spring, early summer, followed by the west section, which is everything from Hidden Valley to Idaho Springs. That'll be in the fall of next year. And then the big central section, which is the bottom of Floyd Hill to Hidden Valley, will be in early 2024. Next slide. Try and go through these quick. Funding status. We still have a pretty significant funding gap. We've identified about $460 million of the $700 million estimate that was done in 2020. So that leaves us with a $240 million funding gap. We're committed to finding the funding. We're pursuing different options. Currently, right now, we have a grant submitted, which you guys provided us a letter of support, so we appreciate that. We're waiting to hear for that. It was, you can go to the next slide.
Actually, I'm gonna limit myself to one question, this whole thing, but it was that last slide. How real is that $700 million number in light of where we see prices going these days with commodities, et cetera?
Something that's on my mind every single day. So great question. And so initially when we had Kramer on board for our construction manager, we had them put a cost estimate to the preferred alternative. And of course that came in higher. It was over $100 million higher than what was estimated in 2020. That being said, with all of these different innovations and limiting structure and different things that we are doing here, making it easier for construction, we're trying to refine our way back down into budget. And once we get a good idea of what our refined preferred alternative is, we're going to do the same thing and get another estimate on that. And hopefully we'll be a lot closer and then continue to work through different refinements to get us right to where we need to be. So that's the big challenge. And with everything that's going on, and who knows where we're going to be in a year from now as well. So it's something that we just got to keep working through, keep innovating and refining our way back into budget.
Thank you.
So we put in for our grant. We applied for all 3, mega infra and rural. We're not sure when we're going to hear back, but we're expecting sometime this fall, September, October would be a good time. We did put in for the full amount, so we could potentially be fully funded if we receive the full amount. We're at least hoping for a good portion of that amount. So
any one of those grants will fully fund it, or all 3?
Or a portion of all of them. So we checked the box on all 3 of them. So it just depends on where the funds come from, if we get any, and what pot it is. So it was able to apply for all 3. It met the criteria for all 3. So.
And this was CDOT's highest priority grant out, so kind of put all the eggs in the Floyd Hill basket on the grant application.
So, yeah, thank you. Last slide, the next steps. We're trying to work through the CSS process, looking at our refined preferred alternative. Once we settle on our refined preferred alternative, and then we're going to go back with the environmental assessment, do a refresh, look for any impacts associated with that, get to a decision document that we're expecting late this year. And then we're also continuing to progress the final design of the east section from the top of Floyd Hill to the bottom of Floyd Hill, which we're expecting to advertise next spring.
Going back to Chairman Wood's question a moment ago about the price, I remembered that much earlier on, before we arrived at the $700 million number, there was a number that was $800 to $850 million. That's quite a ways back. I remember hearing from someone that works at CDOT that used to work for the federal government in finance and stuff, saying, well, anytime I hear 850 million, 800 million, I know it's $1 billion, by the time we get there. And I just wanted to share that because I have the same concerns that Commissioner Wood does, especially trying to figure out a bathroom remodel these days or anything else, what's going on with concrete and labor.
And that's why I'm very happy that this project is CMGC, because, if we just put it out and said, here's the plans, go and build it, then we would probably get what we get. And now we can work through it, and we know these things and talk about a bathroom remodel, and maybe, you want to put these fancy fixtures in there, and maybe there's another better option that we can settle on something that still gets us where we need to be. But, and we can modify the design to still get a deliverable project that still meets all the project goals. And so
I'm hoping all three of those remaining funding options come through.
Me too.
The gold star over them. So,
and thank you for your support for that. Any other questions?
No, thank you very much.
Any closing remarks from CDOT? Thank you so much for coming before us today and giving us this exciting update. It's everyone is really excited for this to be in place, and I'm not just speaking for Clear Creek, but also the Front Range in general.
Well, thank you. And I really appreciate all the support that we've received and all of the hard work from Amy and Cindy and all the massive amounts of meetings and time commitments and all of that this is required. But I really do believe it is a great process, and it's great team we have together. And again, really appreciate the support from the county. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks again. So, we are just a little bit behind. We have an abatement hearing. Diane, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can get us started. And if we end up going a little bit over, we have a Open Space Commission interview with some extra time. I think we should be able to kind of get caught up by 2:30.
I don't know that, Diane, I don't know that we have anybody here.
Okay.
From the list. I have a phone number. I don't know if anybody's here for abatements. You might want to click raise your hand in the Zoom platform. But I'll let you go with it. I don't see anybody.
Okay. Well, the first one is, I don't have the numbers. I'm always so bad.
Ruh-roh.
The hotel, Beth?
Elevation Inc.
Yes.
22-46.
Thank you. This is the brand new hotel in town. And, it's brand new, and it's like 3-4 times bigger than any of my comparables. So, my comparables more than support the value. Plus, they are all older than this hotel. And my recommendation is denial. We have it valued at $4,618,190.
believe what I just did. I just went like this and I was gonna try to go like that. Look at that.
Oh, make the picture bigger. That would be handy if you could do that.
Diane, did you say 4,618,190?
Correct.
Okay. For 2021?
And they're requesting, it's just for 21. They're requesting 2,200,000.
Have you had any communications with them? I mean, with such a big discrepancy, I guess I'm a little surprised they haven't come before us today.
I thought they would be here also.
Let me just check in the lobby.
Diane, do you have proof that they were noticed, that it was sent out? Would that be Beth?
That's Beth. Yeah, she sent out certified mail on them.
I'm sorry, what?
She sent out certified mail on them.
Did? Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe we could come back to that one, just in case they are on their way, since it's such a material number.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's do something on this one.
They are not out there. We did send certified mail, but I do not have their green card back.
Okay.
So.
If you don't have their green card back, respectfully, I'm going to suggest it be renoticed.
Okay.
We want proof that they actually were provided notice.
In that case, is the proper motion one to table?
Yeah, it would be to continue this.
Okay.
Future date. You good with that?
Why don't we just wait and see if they show up, and then if they do, maybe we can address this today, and if they don't, then we can make a motion at the end of this abatement session. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fine.
Works for me.
Sure. That's smart.
Okay.
Next one is Joan Brittle.
2247.
And this is a small, it's the dark colored piece here in the middle of, it's right up next to I-70 property. So I'm recommending taking it from $8,160 in 2020 to the $200 an acre, $460. And then for 2021, from $13,470 to $460, just because it's landlocked and it butts right against, you couldn't really use it for anything. And it butts up against I-70.
I don't have any questions or concerns with this one.
Yeah, yeah.
So some 21, you said? And 20 and 20, oh, 20 and 21.
Yeah, 20 and 21. She protested 22, so we did that there. And she agrees with the value. I've talked to her.
All right, if no one has any more questions, I'm ready for a motion.
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation for abatement on case 22-47.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. On to the next one.
This is Donald Sotero.
It's number 2248.
And this property belonged to his daughter in 2021, and she protested, so he can't file an abatement. It's, once it's been protested, and there's a copy of the decision, which we denied the protest when she protested.
So you only get one.
You know, abatement, if you protest, you can't come back and add us again. You know, now you could probably file, if you filed an abatement, you could probably come back and file another abatement if we denied it. But as far as protest, the statute says no. So I'm recommending denial.
Can you explain the arm's length transaction thing? Is that specific to, is that because of the protest and then abatement, or is this in any context when we?
Well, it's also not an arm's transaction. He bought it from his daughter.
Right.
So that's not on the open market, willing seller, willing buyer. I mean, the definition of market value, it does not meet.
And so you look at whether a home's purchase was arm's length for every purchase.
Yes, we do.
Like I could sell you my house for $1 if I wanted to, and
Yeah.
everybody's, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to take $1 for it, that's. Yeah.
Well, we are, but.
Nobody's going to argue with you, Randy. Okay, the next one is Donald Sotero. This is.
A motion?
Oh,
We didn't vote on that one. Did we?
No.
No.
sorry.
That does require a vote, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Move we approve the assessor's recommendation for denial of abatement on case 22-48.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. On to the next one.
Beth, it's,
Oh, I'm sorry. I had Donald Sotero as 2249 as,
and then
your number. Is this just for a different year?
this is for a different, this is her property. This is Aspen Sotero's property.
So this is 22-49.
And I've requested several times a letter of agency that he is representing her. And I've sent it to him and I do not have it. So it's, I'm getting to the end of my time frame on this abatement. So I'm denying it because I don't have a letter of authorization from her allowing him to protest her value.
So Diane, if we deny this, will she be able to still protest this herself in the future?
Yes, they could bring
Okay.
it back as long as I have an agent authorization form signed if he wants to do it.
Or she can do it if she decides to. Okay.
Right, but he signed the abatement and he put it in his name.
Based on your last comment, I was concerned that this may be eliminating their ability to, be heard. So I'm good with it.
Yeah, she can come back at us.
I'm good with
All
the
I'm good with it. Anybody want to make a motion?
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation of denial for abatement case 22-49.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Last one, 2250.
And this is Solomon. And this is an M2 mining claim that is being valued as a building site. And I'm recommending adjusting it from $27,320 to $780 based on the M2 zoning that does not allow a building.
And does the owner agree?
That was her complaint in her,
Okay, so you.
I'm agreeing with her, yes.
Okay, okay.
I'm fine with that.
So I'd make a motion that we approve the assessor's recommendation on case 22-50.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I think we just need one last motion to reschedule R 22-46 and we'll be good.
We have to have a date certain, correct?
Yes. But we can also provide it in the notice, much like anything else. So whether we schedule it now, we can do it in the open meeting, but whenever Beth sends out a notice, that can be the date you come up with. So
Maybe we should do that.
you're
Just to
continuing
make-
it for a date to be determined by the clerk.
Right. I was just going to say, date to be determined by the clerk that falls within the notification requirement period.
Perfect.
Oh, thank you.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have our motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Apologies to Mr. Hugendorn. We were running a little bit late, but we're excited to meet you and hear about your interest in the Open Space Commission. If you're here in the attendee list, you are. So Beth, you wouldn't mind moving them over?
Yeah.
Keep going.
I'm trying. I don't know if he sees it. Gonna kind of force him over. There you go. Okay, he's here.
Okay, perfect. So Mr. Hugendorn, you are muted. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and you can show us your face too if you choose. Perfect.
Hello.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for your interest in the Open Space Commission. We have these interviews all the time and it's part of our process. So essentially, we're going to give you an opportunity just to introduce yourself, maybe tell us a little bit about how long you've been in the county and what your interest is in the Open Space Commission. And then the three of us are going to maybe ask you a few questions and then we will schedule, the three of us will schedule a time to talk later, put our heads together, and Beth will basically give you a response in terms of where we landed on it. In general, we're pretty excited about anybody who applies for any of our boards, just because we're a small county and it's hard to get volunteers for some of these important roles. So first off, thank you very much for your interest. And I'll have to say I'm personally interested that you are a fellow mountain biker, and in our entire time that I've been here, I got elected with Randy in 2016. I don't think we've ever had a mountain biker on the Open Space Commission. So I'm a little bit excited about that. But with that said, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in open space?
Awesome. Well, glad to hear your enthusiasm and excitement. Steve Hugendorn. I've lived in Clear Creek County since 1999. I moved into Old Squaw Pass neighborhood back at that time, and then built a house in 2009 right nearby. So I've been riding, living, hiking, and participating and supporting Clear Creek County since that time. And I feel like, I'm very interested in Open Space Committee because open space is critical to what the community needs going forward, both from hiking and community perspectives and from mountain biking perspectives. Of course, I'm very privy to the conflict that's exists between hiking, equestrian, and mountain biking, and would love to address those concerns going forward and identifying where the county itself can establish trails that are either dedicated to hiking or dedicated to mountain biking or multi-use trails and, directional trails like we have in Jefferson County. Yeti Cycles, where I both own Yeti Cycles, or I'm part owner and I work there. But we're located down in Golden, Colorado. So we have a lot of that exposure with multi-use trails and the conflict that exists within that realm.
Awesome. Anything else?
That's about it. Other than myself, my wife is a big hiker, mountain biker, and my kids also are users of the trail system. So it's kind of a family matter going forward. And we hope to, grow it generationally so that there's a system that supports what the county's going to need in the next couple decades. And I don't think it's a clear path on what that is because things are changing dynamically all the time. You've got things happening with like Virginia Mountain, and you've got evolution of what mountain biking is, whether it's pedal bike or it's e-bike. And you have evolution of the conflicts that exist because of those. And, the tourism that can impact the county and impact Colorado wholly going forward is significant. And I think as a group, we can truly influence that because of the corridor that Clear Creek affects.
Awesome. And I just wanted to pass along some thanks. It's my understanding your wife helped coach Clear Creek's mountain bike team in the high school league.
Yes, she did. And she established that. So you're welcome. And we hope it carries forward. That was the hope there.
Awesome. Well, like I said, thanks for your interest. George, Randy, who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll ask a couple specific questions. I've been involved a couple times in mapping and for mountain biking and other biking resources too, and fielded a lot of conversations in that. What is your viewpoint on mechanized travel in wilderness area? Current, and I know that doesn't relate to our open space land, but it's just I think still a pertinent question. Because I know that always rises up about what should be allowable versus what is allowable in wilderness areas.
Yeah, and I think it's very specific based on the wilderness area and the requirements that exist there. And it's to the, there's some areas that are more hunting supportive and want to support the hiking and the hunting aspect of the wilderness area, and necessarily don't want to support the perhaps mechanized side, whether it's motorcycle or e-bike, to go in and retrieve game if they kill it or what have you. And I feel that it's important that you kind of take those section by section and make jurisdiction based on what individual areas require, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, and to be clear, I was talking about technically wilderness area itself, designated wilderness area, as opposed to simply backcountry.
Okay, so like Buffalo Creek?
I'm thinking of an area like, Buffalo Creek, is that a designated wilderness area?
No, like the Lost Creek Wilderness, which connects Buffalo Creek with Kenosha Pass, is an area of the Colorado Trail that you can't ride your bike on, to Randy's point, because it's a designated wilderness area.
That's exactly the question I'm asking. To any designated wilderness area, what your views were on that, mechanized travel.
Yeah, I don't feel like mechanized travel has a place for those areas going forward.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
That's actually, you sound like you got a great background for open space. That's the only thing that popped into my mind right off the bat. Having been an avid mountain biking enthusiast and pusher in the past myself, I know I've gone through a serious evolution on it. So thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
George?
Yeah, Sean and Randy asked good questions. I think the one that's remaining, given your history in manufacturing and recreation and all of this of cycling and hiking, I think that's something that can be a benefit to the Open Space Commission in terms of its current composition. And I'm particularly curious how your experience might lend itself to probably not expertise, but yeah, I'll just say expertise or I'm just going to use the word expertise. I'm looking for something that's a little bit less than that, but that's what I'm going to use in trying to figure out how to manage behavior and make sure that we're getting the right behavior, that people are staying on trails, that they're not cutting pirate trails, et cetera. What kind of perspectives can you bring from your experience related to that?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. What we found, because we've supported many trail building projects in the past, whether it's Comba or IMBA, but it's allowing a group to go in and give them the space, whether it's mountain bike or hike, to build a system that represents what they believe their crowd or who they're representing can support. And so you have hikers that want a certain grade trail for hiking up or perhaps hiking down, and then you have mountain bikers that at times want something a little more aggressive, a fall line type of trail, more technical. So I think it's identifying what user group you're talking to and what you're trying to support in that aspect, and making sure that you're serving the public in the best way.
Okay, thank you. And then another one, I'm just curious. I'm curious to hear a little bit about your expectations in terms of what you would be doing as a member of the Open Space Commission. Do you view yourself in the commission as kind of high level strategic governance stuff? Are you more interested in some of the in the weeds stuff around, specific construction design stuff, that kind of thing?
No, I believe I'm more interested in like identifying what is best for the county going forward as a group, whether it's hiking or biking. What's really important to Clear Creek County, I believe, is supporting job growth and the economic policies. So if we can create, call it rafting, call it mountain biking, call it hiking, just attractions for the public, whether it's in state or out of state, for people to come up and grow the economy of Clear Creek County. That's the most important to me.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one kind of Randy's questions spurred a thought in my mind, and I've mentioned this to Dan Gibbs and to Tim Mock, who work with Department of the Interior, I guess it is, or Natural Resources. I personally view Beaverbrook as a huge untapped resource. I mean, it's great that the local neighbors get to use it. The thing that's a little bit suboptimal about it is it doesn't really have the right amenities. It doesn't really have signs. One of your neighbors is pretty famous for cutting in a whole bunch of pirate trails, and you probably know who he is too. And some of his trails are okay, and some of them kind of suck. And I think it would be great if that land had a higher purpose. And I don't know if that means a state park or something along those lines. But right now, the Forest Service owns it. It's not in the forest plan, and they've told us pretty clearly that there's no plans to do anything with it. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've been using that area, and my wife has too, and kids for the last 20 years. So yeah, Beaverbrook is pretty dear to our hearts, and for sure we like to protect it as our own. And I've been on those trails that you talk about, so we value them for what they are, especially with the opportunity to perhaps e-bike up to them and descend them. So it's valuable resources for sure for the county. But yes, it could be grown, and there's a lot of opportunity there. There's the geography of it, from both hiking and mountain biking, and having a water source there is massive. And it draws a ton of people. It draws people from Denver. It draws dog walkers show up there all the time. So it's a legitimate place, and I think it could be leveraged a lot more for what it is for Clear Creek County.
Okay. Thanks. Do you have any questions of us, Steve?
No, maybe just what timeline is for your decision process, I guess.
I think generally we get things figured out within 1 or 2 of our meetings. So that usually translates into something like 4 to 6 weeks at the latest. Does that sound fair, George and Randy, to you?
Oh, I'd say at least that fast, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and before I may not see you again anytime soon, so I just wanted to also mention, if you have an appetite for more community service, a bunch of us are getting term limited off the board at Team Evergreen, and it seems like that might be up your alley too. So you might think about applying for Team Evergreen, because there's a possibility that that board might have no Evergreen residents next year.
Okay, good to know.
Thanks. Anything final, Randy, George, from you guys?
No, thanks. Thanks
Yeah.
for applying.
Thank you so much for your interest.
Appreciate your time.
Awesome.
Take care.
Okay, so now, wow, we're ahead. Do you guys want to take a quick break and then roll into the 2:30 session?
Sure.
Yep, I need to get them set up. They're all standing outside. So.
Yep, that would be great, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need help with anything, Beth?
It's this button over here, isn't it?
Thanks. We are live.
It's me, I can plug it in.
Yeah, I saw that.
No, George was people in there.
On the way home from Durango this week.
So we dropped about 900 square feet out of the
Hey, I mean, it's
building.
I'm sure you
In
know.
this proposed, yeah, just reading ahead, that's.
Yeah, didn't drop, just cleaned up.
I'll probably be over here. It's probably around 3, so.
Same zone.
That would be pretty funny.
Brian Welch.
There he is.
Well, we're back here at 2:30. Are we ready to get started with our next agenda item? Lisa?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, I'll hand it over to you.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here and taking the time. I'd like to do a few introductions. The first is Brian Welsh from EV Studio firm. Their firm responded to the RFP we sent out, and today he's going to be a part of this presentation. In addition, we have to our gun range team, who is Stoy will not be here, but we have the CPW team of Mark and Joe here to give us their feedback on this design. The goal, as we all know, the purpose of this whole project was to meet the Forest Service requirements to do the closures north of I-70 in Clear Creek and in Gilpin County. This has been our purpose and goal from day one. We did phase 1 where we spent $120,000 on a plan, and 2 years we had a plan that had an estimated $2.8 million cost estimate in 2020. Moving forward, we received a grant for $860,000 from CPW. Gilpin County committed a $400,000 match, and Clear Creek County put up $150,000, $125 cash and $25 match for a budget of $1.41 million. That's what we have now for phase 2. So when we put out the RFP in June, we asked them the consultants or the responses to say, what could we do for this amount of money? Because it's unknown if we will be able to get any more money for this project. And we're all aware of the Clear Creek County's budget. We all had our preliminary budget meetings and are being told, cut, no expansion. So we listened and we're here. And I want to let you know we are listening. So, but we are ready to move forward with this phase 2 process and spend the appropriated $1.4 million, but we need the board's direction to do that. So what we're presenting today is how we think, I appreciate Brian, their staff is not on contract. We would like to move forward with a contract for their firms. They have partnered with MT2, which is a gun range consulting company, and they currently do the cleanup on both the sheriff's range and the sportsman's club range. So they're very familiar with our range, and they are partnering with EV Studio on this project. So the next step is to complete final engineering and design. And so I'm going to turn it over to Brian. I'll stop for any questions right now before we get started, but otherwise I'll turn it over to Brian and let him kind of show you what their firm has put together for today's presentation.
Lisa, Mr. Chair, if I might, I think Lisa said one important thing here is we're not under contract yet with EV Studios. And this is really about giving you an opportunity to hear some of the aspects of this project that they've, some cost savings that they've identified. That would help this project move forward. And so we need to hear that kind of feedback from you, which then will help us enter into a contract with EV Studios. So that was a very important piece of that Lisa commented on, I wanted to highlight.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I'll just note also that this is a work session, so we're not going to be making any decisions today, but probably we'll be circling back on our one-on-ones with you, Brian, and giving you some of our feedback as well. And I mean, any of us can give feedback today. Like I said, we just can't make a decision, obviously. So thanks for that addition, Brian.
Take it away, Brian.
All right. As Lisa introduced, my name's Brian Welch. I'm a principal at EV Studio. I run our civil engineering team, as well as lead our commercial group. We're a full discipline group, so we have architects, we have structural engineers, we have mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, and we have civil engineers. So that's why we like projects like this that have some building components and some site components, and there's a lot there. And what makes a project like this a good fit for us is whether there's a building, whether there's not, whether it's heavy site, whether it's not, we have a team that can adjust to the scope of work. So when we're talking about looking at a clubhouse versus looking at a range and how it's set up, we have different members of our team that look at different pieces. So, obviously we have an Evergreen office. We also have a Denver office. We're up here a lot. We enjoy the community. Obviously we have a lot of people that are, part of the Clear Creek community, as well as Jefferson and a lot of the surrounding Gilpin, all the surrounding communities. And obviously we're not just here to do the design, but invested in, the project as a whole. So, with that, I'll kind of walk through the first couple sheets. The first couple slides are a little bit of a background about us and our team, and then quickly get into more of the project specific items. I'll run through the first couple pretty quickly just because I think we're here to talk about the range itself and not so much about us. But if you have questions, obviously I can come back to it and hit on any slide that you're interested in. As Lisa mentioned, we've worked with MT2 before. We talked a little bit about this project before going after it and submitting our RFP for the project. They obviously are lead and soil remediation experts when it comes to the soil, as far as remediation, any kind of lead recovery. That's really their specialty on the range side of it. We come in more on the design and the actual physical part of the range. So we've teamed up before, and this one really hit on both pieces. One of the first parts of the scope was a remediation and lead recovery recycling process. So that obviously made sense for both of us. Quick slide just about us. Obviously EV Studio, as I mentioned, and MT2 as well. And I can send these slides to the whole team once we're done, so that will help as well if you have additional questions. Just a little bit about us and what we specialize in with MT2, focusing a lot on the soil remediation, lead recovery, EV Studio really on the facility as a whole. Once again, talking about our full service nature, where we have architects that look more on the vertical side, we have civil engineers looking more at the horizontal side. Structural on a project like this really falls in both, where we have a variety of structural design components, whether that's a retaining wall, whether it's a building foundation, anything like that. And then of course, MEP for lighting, electrical, plumbing, all of that. This is one of our older slides. And one of the first things we did as a team with the county staff is to talk through what we could potentially look at for cost savings measures. And one thing you're going to hear me hit on multiple times is the goal of this was not to pull everything out of the design and take things out. It was a way to find and do things, one, more efficiently, but also to package it together to where the county has an option of how much to pursue. And one thing with this project and the way we set up our documents is that you can set things up in bid packages and alternates. And I'm never sure how familiar people are with the bid process and the document side of it. But when we set up the drawings, we have the ability for the contractor to put a price on different pieces and separate them. So we could have a construction price for the range versus the parking lot versus the building versus the shooting stations. And you can get a contract price on all of them and have the opportunity to say, I'd like to select part A and part C. And so to me, it's not about cutting things out as it is getting it all priced and selecting what you want to move forward with. Now, the other part of it is we did look at a lot of areas to save costs and do things a little more efficiently. So there's two pieces there. And as we work through the slides here, it'll make more sense how I'm describing this, but we've really split it into different packages, as well as reduced a lot of things that may have seemed unnecessary or things we can do more efficiently. So going back to this slide, these are some of the areas we immediately looked at as kind of hot button items that either are high cost or really need to be a focus. One of the biggest challenges is obviously stormwater with all of this, as well as parking and what we do to correct all those pieces. But the bigger focus being on the range itself and some of the soil along the east face that really is starting to slough off. So looking at all 3-4 of those pieces to make sure we address them as we work through it. And then, of course, there's a building component here.
On that last slide, am I looking at, is that the original? And it's a little hard for me to see. That's the original design, right?
Yes.
So is that slide intended for me to be able to read those notes and stuff?
The areas in red are where we're focused. Yeah. So we'll get a little more in depth. There's more slides that kind of talk through all the pieces to it. But the areas in red were essentially our areas of focus, where at first it was looking at areas where they're either high cost or challenging as far as design. So that was one of the first things, was really to say, here are some areas where immediately we can start to refine things. So that being there was a stormwater pond in red here across the street. One of the big conversations was the parking lot across the street. There was a handful of storm sewer pipes that ran throughout the range that we felt could likely be removed. And then this area along the east, kind of the backwards L shape here, which is the steeper slopes on the backside of the range. So those were just our areas of focus.
Thank you.
Then when going through the building side of it, obviously one of the high dollar items were the coverings for the shooting stations and the benches, as well as the building plan. There's a couple things we identified early. One is it's just not a very simple design. There's a lot of excess space. There was a lot of storage built in. We felt we could cut down on the square footage quite a bit without losing a lot of the function. So the shooting coverings, the storage area, and then lastly there was several hundred feet of vertical wall that was proposed in the plan. So 8-foot high concrete baffled walls, which are obviously a pretty big expense. And generally you need walls when everything gets a little tight and compressed. So, that's where we quickly identified those as cost saving areas, and then started looking at how we would potentially lay it out a little differently. And so this is the overall plan. There'll be some zoom in areas, and we'll certainly focus on this as we kind of run through the next couple slides. But immediately what you can see as we zoom in, the parking lot is a lot smaller. It's more compact. It's grainy. And we looked at a couple different parking options. And part of that focus was getting the stormwater pond off of the CDOT, off of kind of that area of property along the river. It just gets really tight along the creek side. and then laying out the ranges to really give us a lot more open space kind of in this center area. So what we did is we went through and broke it into, I called it 4 phases. Really, it should probably read more like 4 options. And what we focused on was option 1, phase 1, being range specific. Option 2 being site parking lot specific. I'll come back up to those. Option 3, focusing on the building. And 4, focusing on the covered range positions. And looked at ways to save money on all 4 of those, as well as in the construction documents, splitting them up to give you the option of saying, we just want to do range improvements. We want to do range and parking. We want to do range and coverings, any combination of these together. So the biggest challenge with looking back at the 2020 prices is everyone here knows over the last couple of years, one of the big concerns has been inflation and cost of construction. Looking back at the numbers, especially when we start to get into the building numbers, they're using numbers that would be pretty concerning for us right now with today's climate. Just price per square foot, when we looked at it, I don't think you're going to find those prices today. So in the building phase, and all of these phases, we've looked at a 15% adjustment in all pricing, and just to get us closer to 2022. And that's where for us, the biggest challenge was looking at how it was priced in 2022, changing a lot of those pieces and quantities, and then relating it to 2022 to 2020. So that's the biggest challenge with this, is trying to pull together 2 years of a gap while we're starting to mix and match items. But what we did here is running through the range specific area. So this is looking at everything in red. So we were looking at range specific items. The first item on there was the lead recycling and remediation, which we kept at that number after talking to MT2, who originally proposed on that price for an estimate. They still felt comfortable at that number, so that number remains. The range renovation number in here, as well as the targets and benches, are all part of phase 1. This is the 2020 pricing that was proposed. When we went through and looked at the plan, what we were able to do is pull 140,000 out of the storm sewer, walls, sidewalk, and that large parking lot on the south side. Not necessarily more parking, but the area that they used. Was we were able to pull 140 to 150,000 out of the range costs. And then as well as putting the paving into a different phase, we took 150 out of that for phase 1. So that brought that to 725. And looking at a 15% adjustment got us to 850. So then phase 2, we looked at the parking lot improvements. So that is the areas in blue.
And I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
The phases, I guess I wanted to fully understand what they really mean. Is phase 1 a functioning range that meets our Forest Service requirements, such that if funding becomes impossible for us, we could call it good there? Or are they referring to a different view?
Yes, so that's where I said, when I looked at it this morning, I shouldn't have put phases. I think it maybe makes sense in a phasing approach, but really how we would split up the construction documents is in these 4 different groups. And so this would be group 1 being the range specific improvements. But yes, to answer your question, phase 1 would be everything on the range side of it to get it operational with benches and targets, What it excludes is the overflow parking, the asphalt, and the building.
I don't know if this is the right time, but I imagine our friends with CPW that approved a grant might have some comments on the impacts associated with making changes to what we submitted to them. Do you think now is the right time to comment on that?
No, I think from my standpoint, it might be good to hear the rest of your presentation, and then Commissioner would be more than happy to.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sean, and chime in anytime. Obviously, certainly hop in, ask questions. It makes more sense to answer questions as we work through it than to try and remember them and go through all of them at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. So the question I'll leave out there.
You can hop in anytime.
With that being said,
The question I'll leave out there that you can address when at the right time is, what is the minimally viable solution? And again, the context here is we're in the point of there, we can't fund everything that we want to do in the county. And so we want to meet our obligations and our commitments. So you can come back to that whenever you think it's the right time.
And I think that another way to state that question is how much of this is required to achieve our closures and get those going into place, knowing that our intent is ultimately to hopefully complete the project, but give you the minimum standard that we can get by with to.
I think maybe it's a little bit more than that, because I think technically we could probably tell the Forest Service that the configuration right now has the exact number of lanes. But I think that, to George's point, I think there's some partnership with CPW and all the other stakeholders where, ideally we want to shoot a little bit higher than that.
I like that shoot. So from our standpoint, we've discussed, and the way the grant was put in and what can be put on the ground after several years, realizing now what's happened with inflation, we have to go back to our people, to Jim Guthrie, and just make sure everything is okay. Phasing things down, I do not think is going to be a problem, just because of the way costs are. We were just brainstorming a little while ago that if we had to cut costs, or we have to cut costs, what are things that might be more of a benefit to the people using the range versus maybe long-term uses for the range? And and this is just Joe Walter and I, and we are a little fish in the pond. We were just thinking outside the box, saying, well, what if we got rid of the clubhouse for now and tried to do something long-term, getting the clubhouse back? Would that help? Because shooters would probably prefer having some kind of shade shelter versus the clubhouse. And we didn't mean to throw a curveball at you either, going 13th hour as you're walking in the door going, hey, in front of the commissioners, can you pull a rabbit out of your hat? But that might be something that down the road we continue to try to phase this in fully compared to what we can pay for now.
I think this is a great time to have those conversations. I mean, I think we're all here to be solution oriented, and at the end of the day, when you say shade shelters, I presume you're talking about the enclosures that are over the actual shooting positions.
Yeah.
And just a quick question, I was doing some counting earlier before we even started talking. It looks like we have 55 lanes and 2 action bays. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And I think that's 2 or 3 more bays, 2 more bays than the old plan had. The old one had the action bays in the same location. We were able to add on, I believe, 1 seat on each side of the 25s, just with the way we have them laid out.
Okay.
So that's where the important thing for us is, we could price out all 4 phases when we issue these construction documents and have the price come in at 2.3. And we know that if we want to select phase 1 and phase 4, that gets us to 1.35. And we choose the shelters and the range improvements. But that's where, to me, how we set up the construction documents and have everything in there gives us the ability to select what items are important. And it's not so much what's important as what has value. And it's easy for us to say that, let's cut the clubhouse. If we look back and say, boy, the value on the clubhouse for what we're getting on this pricing is excellent, it seems like these shooting stations are extremely overpriced in this bid document. Let's look at just option 1 and option 3. And that to me is the important thing with, by moving forward with everything, it's not saying that, you know, you're proving the contractor to move forward with all the pieces. But it's just saying when we package it together, we just need to be smart about how we put these packages together so we can go through and pick them. And what's important for the team. And, you know, that can be a conversation that continues over the next 3 to 4 months and even into pricing.
And since Lisa can't reach me from here, which is good, I mean, and maybe one of the things to do is apply for another grant down the road to finish whatever can't be properly placed into the right bucket and the right amount of money. So that's always an option too, also.
One of my concerns, because I was thinking about that too, I mean, if we get the range built and you've got a range and then we apply for a clubhouse, you're looking at a clubhouse versus other ranges. I'm a little bit nervous about how the board might view the competitiveness of an application that is turning, you know, a Ford into a Lexus when other people don't have a Ford yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And it's always a gamble, no matter what part you put in. You know, whether, let's say the clubhouse goes in going for shade shelters or covers, that could also be, well, you know what, the wheel lock range over here that's being created we might want to get that one going. And so, and every year money can be different too. That's the other catch, is that you never know what's going to be in the bank when you apply for things.
You're actually going to have wheel-lock guns shooting here? That's not what I meant, was there is a wheel-lock gun.
Oh, there is a wheel-lock.
It's an old,
Yeah,
it's like 1700s.
That's a really
I
old
digress.
The beauty, I think the one thing that puts you in a very good position is if you move forward with all of the pieces, when you do go back and apply for an additional grant, you can say, the plans are ready. We've already priced this once. We had this out to bid. We didn't move forward with it, but the price was $452. You've really narrowed down that concern on the grantee's side to say, you know, plans are done. We've had it priced. We're very comfortable with where we're at. And if this is a yes, we could go immediately on phase 3. So I think that is the nice thing about having all of it thought through beforehand. And even through the process of pricing, even though, you know, there's a good chance we don't move forward with phase 4, we're going to price it just for our comfort level to know moving forward. So I think we got to the second piece before Sean asked about just how these are split up. Obviously, like you said, phase 1 being range-specific items, phase 2 being the parking lot. There was a lot of conversation with Stoy and the rest of the group about how to treat the parking. There's an immediate lot by the building. That was about 18 stalls. And then there's essentially an overflow lot. The previous overflow lot was across the street. We looked at that lot as well. And then we did another option for one on the same side of the street and priced that out as well. This shows some of the savings on the different paving options and what we can do. So one of the conversations was to put recycled asphalt on the north side, put a small basin over there to treat the runoff. That was, you know, obviously from an engineering perspective, especially with the county is being conscious about runoff and sediment control.
Are you sure the packet says crusher fines? Are you sure you're
Yes.
talking about recycled asphalt?
Recycled, same thing. That's where when we're running through and doing our pricing, that's why I'll follow up with these slides. But doing a recycled asphalt was just a cleaner way to do it. And that's where when we start to look at how much we dive into each option, that's an important one to talk through because obviously crusher fines could be an option, recycled could be another. You know, the big thing on our end in talking with Stoy is making sure that we get some way to control it depending on what our surface is.
One quick thing I'd like to point out is or confirm is the analysis of where to put the parking lot that we see here and what it would cost is avoids any treatment of the opportunity costs of using up that land there that might be put to a higher and better use. I'm talking about the land on the south side, but maybe there is none. I don't know.
Yeah. Part of it is certainly the conversation about the south side as a whole. The other conversation is just what do you do with that north side? And part of you would like to say it's already a lot. We'd like to leave it as overflow and not address it while we work on the range. That's where it goes back to when it supports the range. Do we need to clean that up as part of this project? And that kind of changes how we look at each parking option. The biggest thing is to not have to move stormwater across the road or very far away. And that's where you really start to add up on costs and infrastructure.
So do I understand therefore that if we go with parking option with spaces on the north side, the pond is necessary? If we move the parking to the south side, the pond on the north side is not necessary?
Right.
Okay.
And part of that, because what does that north lot end up being? Is that associated with the range, or is it kind of an overflow gravel area? It's there. It's not as efficient as the south side. We get into we start crossing the property line. So talking to CDOT about, I think there's just an easement that needs to be discussed or a parking agreement that needs to be discussed. And that's an existing lot. There's obviously a bunch of barriers along the backside, but that was just one of the pieces where there's a lot of different options there. And so having the conversation about what is the thought about those pieces?
I think as staff, we were wondering if there was a cost savings to keeping everything on the south side versus having anything on the north side. And so that's kind of what we had asked EV Studios to kind of look at, so.
That's a good question. Thanks for asking it.
And it all kind of ties together with, originally there was a pedestrian crossing for the north lot. So it just depends what that north lot becomes. If it's paved, if they're both paved and looked at equally, the south side is much cheaper because it's more efficient. There's less drive aisle. If it's to the north and it's either crusher fines or recycled, a lot of the area is already there. So that becomes a little more efficient. So it's a little, same thing with the agreement with CDOT. How does that work into both options? So both of them were in the south side. If we paved the immediate lot and left the overflow lot, we were looking at about $50,000. If we paved the front lot and recycled the overflow, we were at 90. And if we paved the front and paved the south, we're looking at 130. And if we did it like the original paving the north, we were at 150. So the original plan was the most, and you see different cost saving measures for different approaches.
None of these options have the front lot as anything but new pavement. Am I reading that right?
So just paving the front would be this original base of 50.
Okay.
That's just the front lot and leaving, so that would be $100,000 savings right there, but not addressing any of the overflow lots.
What I'm trying to point out is that we could look at crusher fines, recycled asphalt, whatever else for that front lot as well, correct? And probably find additional savings there.
Right. I think it just becomes a bigger conversation. I know from an engineering perspective with the county's requirements, as far as what generally they would look for is a paved lot at the immediate facility. And then overflow parking becomes a different conversation. And I know obviously we have some opportunity to go into the board and ask for some different conditions around the site. As far as Stoy's and our conversations, it would be nice to have the immediate lot paved with the amount of traffic it gets to support that.
And that would not be, and that wouldn't be a recycled asphalt job. You'd want a new pavement job there. Is that correct?
That's what we're looking at, just to get the front side off the road clean with the amount of repetitive trips.
In the amount that's shown there now, there's 80 parking spaces on the south side.
Yes, with the immediate holding about 17 or 18.
When you say front lot, you're talking about the area that's shaded a little differently and so it's just parking, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So really you're focused
that's
on
16 spaces, yeah.
Yep, you're focused on your daily trips, not your high volume overflow trips, which are less, they occur a lot less. So, and keeping, like I said, a lot of the gravel and things off the road. Obviously, we have a lot of different options on that front lot too. I think that would just be the preference of staff at this point. But still would be a significant savings over the original. One thing, like I said, when we looked at it right away, you can see how this long winding lot right here, anytime we look at long drive aisles with not a lot of parking, that's always a concern of ours. The most efficient way to do it is double parked with a drive aisle. So here we have 2 access points, a long drive aisle, and single loaded parking. So right away it was, okay, let's move everything to the west side. Let's compact it into a smaller area. We
That
get rid
design
of,
builds a lot of stuff for very few spaces. That's what's going on.
really inefficient. And the other thing it really does, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is you see how much it pushes into the range area right here. So this range right here is a 75-yard range. So half of it was 75, half of it was 100. By removing that parking and sliding that range back a little bit, we were able to do 100 yard across the whole thing. Anytime you start having different range lengths and target lengths, you get people that you want to shoot 100, but there's only spots on the right side that are available. So you start to it gets a little less clear when you're talking about, if I sit at this spot, I have a 100-yard target. So the other challenge is this middle one here was shown as 50 yards. You can see that this 50-yarder is well into this slope. It's about 25 feet in the air back here. And so pushing it another 30 feet north was not possible because of the parking. So another area where removing that parking really opened it up.
You also shrunk it because it's now 30 foot.
Right. So when we looked at it, generally the 50-yard range is a little bit of a tweener length. 25 is generally a lot of your shorter lengths, your pistols, your handguns, everything up close. And then you get people that are sighting in at 100. By offering more 25 shorter yard lengths in 2 different groups, we're able to shut one of them down to replace targets without shutting everyone down. So it's a little cleaner way to do it, and it's a little more consistent. And I think for a range where you want simple, clean operations, even if you look at the firing lines, you see how staggered they are in this one. So you get people shooting behind you as well as in front of you, which just noise-wise, I think can be a little challenging at times. Obviously, we're limited to space. One thing that we looked at by condensing some of that parking is you can really see how in line all of the shooting stations are. So just when it comes to just your comfort level and the noise, it's very consistent, and there's a lot of really good sight lines from the clubhouse that give good visual on every single lane. So we'll hit on those in a little, on phase 3 and phase 4, just with clubhouse placement as well and shooting station placement. But that was one of the things that was really important with moving the parking to the left, was not only money savings, but making it a lot more efficient up front. It also allowed us to move this pond retention area to the shooting side, which makes us get good surface flow from the range, from the lot right into that pond. We don't have to worry about crossing the street and all of that. Anytime you cut a street, we're talking about $10,000 just immediately. Anytime that's a starting point for just the patching, the cut, the traffic control, all the things that come with it. So that's really our phase one, phase two. We get into phase three, which is all building oriented items. So the original building from 2020 was priced out at $658. It was done at $200 a square foot, and it was 3,400 square feet. One thing that we wanted to look at was how we can reduce some of the space, make it a more buildable building. And I'll kind of hit on that in a second, but then also just to make it more efficient as far as its use. So with the 2020 design on the 2022 design on the 2020 pricing, we took out $158,000. Then obviously adjusting it to 2022 pricing, we went right back up to the original cost. But that's where when we look at the true savings is almost 30%. And what we did there is we made the building skinnier and longer for just a more common truss design. We're looking at a 32-foot truss instead of a kind of a 50 by 50 box. So just getting the availability of that, the height of that, just the space usage of a big square. The other thing we looked at is taking some of the storage off, which just is expensive square footage. And we faced it to the south to allow visibility on the range. Getting the check-in area on the southwest corner, you'll see when it comes to the site, how just control of people coming in through this side help just with being able to check them indoors or outdoors. And just limiting the number of staff needed to run a facility. And lastly, creating an area that has, you could lock the classroom side, you could lock the retail check-in side, or you could leave the bathrooms operational while closing down the whole facility. So just looking at a little more efficient space, getting rid of some of this foyer area, some of the space usage, we feel we have all of the function of the original building with about 1,000 square feet less.
So the previous consultant was really worried about storage for targets, and sort of had this operational, thought that it was critical for the operation for us to have a lot of storage on site.
Yep.
I think at one point there was a separate storage building, right? And we said you got to get more space efficient, so we put it on this building. Do you disagree that we need storage space for operational purposes?
Storage is definitely a big piece. When we talked about it, I think just for costs, I would look at doing some simpler exterior storage sheds, whether that be a container, whether that be a tough shed. There's different ways to do it. I get having it in there is great. I just think at this point, really, the focus was trying to just be a little more efficient and space conscious, and looking at storage, looking at some different options just at different points on site.
What exactly needs to be stored?
A lot of it's targets, especially if you have different groups. And I don't know if you guys you have archery targets that can get very large.
And Commissioner, there's, depending on the type of targets, backers you use, you need materials to replace those. And I know with the range that's at Como, the Park County range, they have a Connex that's there, and that's where they'll tend to put in, at this point, they're using 2x4s and particle board for backers, and they'll buy it in bulk so they get a discount, and they'll store it in there. So then it's right on site when it comes time to replace things and alter things. So those are kind of things, and the archery targets, if there's archery involved, those get pretty big.
Even simple things like rakes and shovels and brooms and just simple little items that definitely are needed. It just going back to keeping things simple, I think that can be resolved in some fairly inexpensive ways at this point.
Yeah, to your point earlier, somebody's point, you don't need to be spending high retail square foot costs with heated spaces to store shovels.
Right.
Correct.
I agree with that. And one of the things that I would be a little challenged by is we have a pretty tight design. Where would you site that other shed?
Sure. So one of our, I mean, right now we have this area here, which is just kind of a gravel picnic table area. The one thing that, this is a large area in here. It's about 40 by 150 that's just kind of open. And it just is a place where people can sit around and not feel like they're in people's way. That's one thing we just thought that might be kind of useful. One is this southern facing, whether it turns into a deck, but a front entrance that just has that nice southern visibility. It's going to be nice and warm. You're going to have good light. And then just kind of a common gathering place. So we could definitely see it along the bottom side of the basin. Having some different storage areas that are closer to the range where you're going to use them. It's great that it's on the building, but if you have some archery that you're going to put over in an action bay, it's a long walk to get them over there. And then they don't get used, and then the shovels sit on the side of the berm face anyways. So I think there's some different ways to look at that.
If you back up a little bit and show the pond area again, blow that back up and then open that up, just lining along the edge of the pond from the clubhouse, some bodega style, which individuals, little storage.
Yeah.
Units could.
Yeah, there's plenty of room.
Could work something there.
Yeah, and it gives you a little shelter
Transit
too.
link could go in later, whatever.
Yeah,
I'll build it.
exactly.
Heard me say that.
Yeah.
I'm writing it down.
Okay, it's being recorded.
So that's where we looked at just the savings in square footage. That was roughly a 20 to 30% savings right away that we think, even just in the building simplicity of materials, going from a CMU block to a standard, wood construction building is something that is just quick items to be able to do. Lastly is the covered range positions. There's some different material savings. Obviously on those, there's a lot of heavy metal. There's a lot of sound barriers. There's a lot of different ways to do it. There's some CMU entrances. So we definitely think there's some ways to make them a little simpler. This is one item where if it was its own package, we'd look at doing some different options even within the covered range positions. Just to say, okay, if we want to add on the baffling and the metal plating, how much is that add? If we want to add on the CMU vestibule to get in, how much is that add? So within this one, there's a lot of variables that weren't quite as clean, but similar, looking at some adjustments on how we put those together. A lot of different options on those covered range positions, and something we dive into a little bit more with the team. And talk about how those want to look.
Those include in that price estimate, sound abatement?
So the original one, yes, at 653. Some of the things we said, we could cut this down if we started to take some of that out. A lot of it was the metal plating and just the timber framing of it. If we went just standard truss and make it more of a shell, if you think of more like a, kind of like your classic horse bays. Not necessarily, we could still do the sound abatement, but there's a lot of heavy woodwork in there. And just making them a little simpler, our structural team right away looked at, let me go up to that design for a second. So here you can see the heavy plating in the large timbers. This could be much more of a standard truss design, where we just use a 12-foot truss and still do the sound abatement. But instead of putting these heavy plates, there's some different ways to do that. Even looking at the seats and benches in general, there's a couple places in Colorado that source some really efficient ones that are easy to order rather than kind of detailed out in the plan, which are probably a little more expensive. And lastly, right now, we're showing no walls, which was over $100,000 in wall work. That was just because of how tight that was, kind of at that center area with the way it's laid out. No, there's just more space. So that is the 4 phases. And here, obviously, just kind of a color diagram. This goes back to a lot of stuff we've already talked about. A lot of our design simplifications. One is simplifying 2 20-lane, 25 to 35 yard ranges, which allows us to shut down one range and keep the other one live very easily. Creating one 15-lane, 100-yard range, which removes the split 75 and 100. And really that was just a site constraint. It wasn't because they wanted 75s and 100s. It was just the bluff was right there. We're retaining the 2 action bays, aligning all the shooting benches. And a lot of that comes back to just how that parking was laid out. So removing the second access point, opening it up for surface drainage. One of Stoy's big one was the slope stability on that back face. And pulling those ranges back was one that allowed us to go through and stabilize that whole back face. Obviously more efficient parking with double loaded parking. Fencing and security keeps everyone west of the shooting area. One gate controls every single person in and out of the site. And then as far as building adjustments is adding an inside and outside ticket window, increasing visibility on the range, simplifying square footage by 800 square feet, lockable bathroom access from the outside, and a lot of south-facing windows and glass. And like I said, the one thing we looked at is the control on the original was really challenging. For us, it's a short stretch of fence here, a short stretch of fence there, and one gate, and all of the parking is contained outside of the range. And then these are just kind of a side-by-side, just for conversation. So one thing here that wasn't in any pricing is the fence control that kind of weaves through the parking and the site through here. And just an area, just some movable space. And so these black jogs are the walls that get out to the firing line just because you're shooting from, you're kind of in front and back. And then obviously a side-by-side of the buildings. And just a site plan. So I think that's all I got for now. So happy to start kind of answering questions and figuring out what you guys like, don't like, and just any questions on packaging and how we can make this thing work, and any big comments you have.
It seems to me like we can.
Had a good,
Hey, Sean, you're,
sorry. Yeah,
you're
maybe here.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. It seems like we don't really jump into a lot of risk except for possibly having wasted our time by saying, yes, please proceed. This phasing makes sense to design these separately. And then we give ourselves time to have the hard conversations about which phases come first. Am I understanding that right? Or do we need to understand right now that we're going to do phase X and phase Y right now today?
On our end of it, as far as going through the design and the whole bidding phase, not at all.
You're a design and engineering firm.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is a different concept. It costs less money. And then we would determine exactly how much money. You did give us some rough estimates. And then if we go ahead and commit to a contract to complete this design to an extent that we can then understand better what the real cost is, then we can make better decisions about phases. I mean, things like what you guys just brought up about, could be that the users would prefer to see if they had to choose between a clubhouse and a shelter over whether they were shooting, then they might choose the shelter over where they were shooting and get their and operate out of their car or something like that to start, as an example.
I mean, it comes down to really building
Cost.
narrows and what can be fit in, right? I mean, that's really the tough decision is, and I think your idea of phases or different options and pricing those out helps with some of that decision making. I can guarantee you'll get full support down the road, and don't throw anything at me. If Lisa puts in for another grant, I mean, we'll do everything we can on our end to, you know, get it through, no doubt. But you just never know. So like, I think what's important to the commissioners and the rest of your staff, what you folks think is gonna be the best bang for your constituents and getting people here to use it.
Without an eye towards trying to understand the cost right now, but just trying to think about 2 or 3 things that pop out at me about this. Your comments were not lost on me about the shelter, for example, for the people that are out there doing the shooting. In addition to that, the sound mitigation is a really big deal. So coming up with a less expensive way than what was originally drawn to accomplish those 2 goals seems like it would be a very helpful, fairly early on, if not phase 1, pretty darn close after phase 1 thing that would happen. It would be more, to me, more important than excess parking and clubhouse and things like that. I mean, the parking obviously needs to be made better than it is if it's going to be a long-term facility, but it functions as parking right now, sitting across, you know, you can park across the street right now without spending a nickel over there. You know, there's some things like that we can accomplish getting people in there. I mean, in the temporary sense, the 2 things that pop out to me are that the storage could easily be added bodega style alongside where the future clubhouse is at little expense in the fairly near future after a phase 1 was completed. And it would be interesting to note if phase 1 could include the sound mitigation that goes with all the usage that we'd see out there and the noise that would be coming out of that within that, to find out if it's even possible to put. To me, the cover with sound mitigation is more important than the clubhouse and earlier. That's just me talking, just giving my own opinion, and finding out what that cost and how it could be designed to be inexpensive enough to accomplish would be important. That's just my first 2 pieces of input.
I agree with that. And I mean, depending on our finance or the finances of this, I would want to have a operational range with no clubhouse, just in case we never were able to find the money to fund that.
Which leads us to a question that has been raised at various points in this process that I think it's incumbent on us to really focus on. Is it acceptable from a perspective of safety to have this site unsupervised? Because as soon as you need staff, you need the clubhouse. And that's, I don't know, like, where do we find the answer to that question? Do we already know the answer to that question? And I'm the only person where it's an open question in my mind.
No, it's a really good question, and an answer would be good. And I don't know what the answer is, but.
So I can offer just a legal viewpoint on this. We have had several discussions, staff has had several discussions with a variety of people to determine whether or not that's either a viable or appropriate thing to have an unstaffed shooting range. I think from a liability perspective, we expose ourselves candidly if we do not have it monitored in some way or fashion. You basically are taking ownership of a shooting range, but then leaving it to be used whenever and however. Now, there's some assumption of risk there, and of course we'd have signs up and things like that, but I think we would be, no pun intended, the target of any type of litigation should something happen there.
I wonder how Forest Service looks at that.
I was going to ask the same question because theirs is unsupervised at Devil's Nose, correct?
Correct.
Those Chaffee counties.
And Chaffee County is actually run by CPW, by us. It's unmanned. The sheriff a little while ago threw up I don't know if it's in the chat or not, but he said, what about some security cameras? So that might be something that might help, at least you have kind of an eye on things.
To see what's going on there.
Yeah, and the Park County range, which Park County owns and operates, is an unmanned range, and it's signed to no tomorrow. And that was the whole idea, was to try to help with some of the liability concerns. So in the Chaffey County range is also has quite a bit of signage around. And so it's out there, but I mean, your counsel, I mean, he's your counsel.
Yeah, I'm the one that's going to advise you the way I think you're safest.
Right. And as soon as you used the word liability, I knew what the answer was going to be before you got there. I mean, that was pretty obvious. The question is, another question is, do we really have statistics about when you have supervision at a range like that, how do they supervise the range when you have those lanes out in all these different bays? And let's say you even had one person there. And are there statistics around whether, I doubt there are, around whether that supervision actually just provides a witness to the aftermath? Because things happen with firearms very quickly, even when they're used in a well-intended fashion. You know, I mean, when something goes wrong with a firearm, and the fact that there's somebody in that clubhouse or on the range, how often does that make a difference in the outcome?
I can't answer that.
So I feel compelled to say one thing, and that's, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but we can spend $0 and just open it up today, unstaffed, and we get our closures. So we don't spend any money at all. If we're considering opening up an unstaffed clubhouse, or excuse me, an unstaffed range, just opening up what exists there today gets us our closures. So that comes back to then what's our goal with this project? Is our goal to create closures in the forest? Is it to create a better shooting experience for those who want that shooting experience, right? Is it some of both?
I share my perspective, which is that we want the closures in the forest.
Right.
And by concentrating all the gunfire in the county into one site, it's incumbent on us to do noise abatement. Right. Because we have the people that we care about live right there, right? Not the people, some of the people, they live right there. And I don't want to make someone's life drastically worse so that everybody's life gets a little bit better, right?
That's fair.
I would agree with that, but I think also critically important is safety. Having an unmanned site here is much different, in my opinion, than the one up on Devil's Nose that's out in the middle of the forest. There's no major interstate within
Throw a rock to it.
visible range. I think comparing that is apples and oranges as far as that unmanned site. Also, I think, I can't remember my second point. That was it.
Well, my point on that is, I mean, if somebody has an intention of shooting at cars on the interstate, this is the last place in the entire county they're going to want to do it, because this is going to have security cameras, witnesses, et cetera, et cetera. I think we should do everything we can with the design, and it looks like every single lane is shooting away from the highway. And then the last thing I'll say is, I think there's also, in my mind, place for a middle ground. And I think it kind of depends on what we expect the usage patterns to be, but my expectations would be in the dead of winter, there's not going to be a ton of people here. In the weekdays during many parts of the year, there's not going to be a ton of people here. So it may make sense to even consider somewhat of a hybrid model where we staff it on the weekends during good weather, and try hard to see if there's a way to do a staffing model that doesn't require a clubhouse. I mean, essentially you need a human being there who can be in a comfortable position, and maybe there's another way of accomplishing that goal.
Yeah, and I think that when we start talking about a clubhouse and/or storage, which you presume is locked up, that implies some level of staffing, even at part-time. I mean, somebody's got to get into the storage and get stuff out and provide it for people.
I remember from digging into the weeds of the business model that the retail sales inside that clubhouse are an important piece of paying for a staff model. Another thing that I think is really important is space for education. And I say that because I think it's important to the project. I also say that because I know it's really important to our partners that are funding it.
Mm-hmm.
With the building, and I'll direct this at the consultant, completely different project, but I just heard recently how our engineers had designed a building for some, I don't want to call it storage, but a facility for, it wasn't quite a house, it wasn't quite a barn, it was kind of a, anyway, from, the original design was brick and wood, but they started looking at a metal building. And the cost came down, even with the price of metal, the cost came down dramatically. And granted, it's a metal building, and I don't know what your land use codes are for allowing metal buildings, but then what the person on the ground did was then kind of drew some lines on it and said, hey, if we do this metal building, cut the cost dramatically. And I don't know if that's an option with something like this or not, if that would help with cutting costs. Yet it gets you some sort of clubhouse / place for someone to be. Just kind of looking at some other options.
I think that's a good option. My other observation is every time I've ever been to a shooting range, it seems like it's a little bit of a male dominated activity. And I'm wondering, and those bathrooms look like the kind of ones that we had in school when we were kids. What you see a lot more now are bathrooms that are single person, that are not sex specific. So I don't know, it seems like we may be kind of building the bathrooms for Easter Sunday, to use a church analogy.
Yeah, one thing we tried to do is keep the program the same, just because we haven't dove into the actual program and space all that much. Because really it was comparing, and what are some ways to reduce cost without changing function? And that's one thing that obviously our team with county staff would dive into, is exactly what's needed here. But we didn't want to start showing a drastically different program and then comparing it and saying, yeah, we cut half the price out and we totally changed the program, because that isn't quite fair to how they put theirs together either, is to totally change the scope. So I mean, there's all sorts of options as far as the building goes. I mean, obviously anything from more of a manufacturer modular to the existing facility that's there and moving it to a different program in this building altogether. There's a lot of different options we can look at, obviously reducing bathrooms. All those are options, and it all comes back to just value.
I think in fairness to you, if I remember hearing Brian at the beginning of the meeting, this is basically part of the your business development activity, right? We haven't even really hired you yet. Is that true?
This is us just being good stewards.
That's
Okay,
correct.
So then, yeah, I withdraw my my mild criticism before.
No, I completely get it, and you're totally spot on with starting to dive in and reduce some of this stuff.
I hope this isn't misperceived as any criticism at all either, but I just thought of another cost savings measures. We could leave the women's bathroom in there and just put portalettes outside.
Sean, to your point, I mean, that's what we're seeking today, right? Is we want to come back to you at the next meeting with a contract to engage EB Studios to do the final design. But we need to hear from you today that you're on board with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll weigh in. I wasn't looking forward to this conversation because I've gotten very frustrated in the past with the way that these conversations have gone. I was pretty unhappy with the people that we'd hired in the past based on the results, and I have a very different feeling today. I feel like you guys really understand, and staff, you understand better, at least what my perspective on building this thing and kind of striking the right balance between putting something in place that's appropriate and being wise financial stewards of the county's limited resources. So I'm pretty excited about this conversation today, and thank you.
I'll just point out the break room is another opportunity for some value engineering.
Yes, yes. The warming stations in the classroom side and the break room were ones where we were like, do we really need to? And in the end, I think we're talking about square footage that probably doesn't make, at this point, we're trimming some smaller items, which is important. But I think when we talk about going pre-engineered metal building versus stick frame, when we're in that 2,400 square foot, we're probably not going to see that much savings, but there's certainly some there. And obviously the biggest question is just, how does this thing get priced when it's bid? the building is by far the biggest question mark of what is the market when it goes out? And it all comes back to value. You know, value when you put the plans together and saying, okay, how did it get priced? And we have the plans for the clubhouse. Let's put those on the shelf until the next spring and we rebid it.
And I kind of I don't know, maybe calling it the clubhouse is what kind of led us to this a little bit in this direction in the first place. I think a clubhouse, I think of something after the 18th or 9th green. And
Yes.
we're doing a shooting range, right? I mean, this could be a metal building as long as it's functional and, is attractive from the outside as far as I'm concerned.
It doesn't, you can hardly call this a clubhouse without a steam bath and a sauna.
Yeah.
And a bar, that's.
Yeah, and our intent was, keep it very simple with just a standard, 412, 32-foot truss and maybe a little overhang on the front side. And, it doesn't have to be more than something that's very simple, but yet efficient.
Aside from the fact I've realized that I've been part of the wrong clubs, I'm very comfortable moving forward. I think I will second what Sean stated. Had a lot of challenges with the previous design. I feel much more comfortable having a designer that feels confident here.
I think you heard some good input. I mean, I stand by the part that I think a sound resistant shelter over those, especially those 55 shooting lanes there. Obviously the action bay, you can't do a lot there, and then the clubhouse could be, the question is getting into, I hate to get into a discussion about how many men's versus women's space there is, and predict the future, but it could be that we have more restroom space than we need there right now. So trying to think like that and develop maybe a couple of options in there where the clubhouse becomes a little more.
Yeah. Tighten that thing up for sure.
Yeah.
And those are all discussions we're planning to have if we can move forward. It's important to also note a couple things. I had already talked to Jim Guthrie about another grant in January for the next cycle, so we were on board. And because we know it's going to be more than the 1.41, but being able to do the designing and engineering now will give us the packet I need for that application, the details, the information, and that we can move forward with. That's huge as far as moving to the next step to finish this up also. So that will be beneficial. And we're excited about this team. We felt thrilled they answered the RFP. And to the point of the business plan, George, I'd like to make one comment. The third element was, besides the retail and the educational facility of having classroom instruction, was the 750 club members. We intended to have a membership in this new range also, and 750 members paying 100 plus a year is how the current Sportsman's Club operates and has made money and has a bank account. So I think it's important to note that's an element of this plan too. We are going to retain that membership, and most of those members have contacted us that they'll be happy to switch. They'll have a new and improved range. A range with indoor restrooms of any type, of any size, is an improvement over what's a pit toilet.
I have another thought came to mind, which is whenever we get down to brass tacks with a business plan and revenues and finances, I'd probably state the obvious. I would want Maria to be intimately involved in that operation to make sure that whatever we're doing, she endorses, or at least the accuracy of the numbers.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hearing come back with a agreement for you to consider.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm good with that.
An excellent summary.
All right.
Great, thank you. We appreciate everybody's time. Thanks for coming down, and we will do that. We'll get that going.
9 words.
Yeah, thank you so much for for the effort that you guys put into informing us about this. I mean, I know that you did this as a business development activity, but I think it put you guys in a good spot. So good work.
No, we appreciate it. Like I said, if you guys think you have questions anytime, obviously the team here is great about staying in contact, and there's been a lot of emails and a lot of work on their behalf. So we're just trying to help how we can. So.
Well, let me just say thank you to EV for the work they've done to date. That
Yeah, everybody.
was
Yeah.
a little beyond and beyond, so.
I recognize that happens a lot in architecture and engineering, that you put some work in order to, get there, and I appreciate it. I think this was a pretty good, this was a pretty good first exposure to what you're bringing to the table, so.
No, we're glad to do it, so.
I think that brings us to the end of our public conversations today. Peter, we have one last executive session.
I think that's your charger, by the way, don't forget it.
Email me that slideshow.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the motion, Peter?
I am ready for a motion.
All right. I move the Board of County Commissioners moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224, hey. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B, the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on matters concerning potential litigation relating to the death of CJ Glass on or about June 11th, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Board will now move into executive session. The motion is approved. Board will now move into executive session and no written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made, and we will be returning to this session briefly at the conclusion of our executive session to
My turn next.
close out the meeting. Same link as before, Peter?
Well, we just have to set up in there, but it's the same link.
Or you know what? I mean, can't we just basically just do it right now and just kick everybody out of the room?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
No, because we are on a different Zoom
Oh, just kidding.
And we're live on Facebook.
and we're live on
Oh,
Facebook.
yeah. Good point. All right, I'll see you there.